6:30, calling the meeting to order. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda that may be amended?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
I'll take Bill as the second there. Any changes to this agenda at this time right now? Patrick?
Well, you want to take this duration out? I saw your email after the fact.
Say that again.
I said number 9, you want to take the duration out. I saw your email after the fact. Other than that, you were talking about moving, you want to move the public hearing?
No, we'll do that at...
You can do that at the public hearing?
Okay.
Okay.
Call meeting till whatever, at 7 o'clock.
I don't think there needs to be any other changes on here.
Okay, so approval of the minutes. We've got quite a few, so... Select Board minutes of February 9th, 2026. Bill Vines, Ricky, and myself were here at the time. It was Board of Liquor Control. This is update on the townwide reappraisal. Continuation of the public hearing, which I think we continued again. Addition of citizen input and citizens, selectmen's concerns, the Killington employee manual, section 9 and section 5. I went through this. I don't see any changes. The only ones that really can talk about this right now is Ricky and Bill. If you're okay.
I'm good.
Can I get a motion to approve?
I didn't see any changes on that either.
So, motion to approve the February 9th minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second, Bill?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Minutes of March 9th I have as next, of 2026. This is where John and Vito joined us, so can I get a motion to approve the minutes of March 9th?
Motion to approve the minutes?
Second?
Second.
Vito would second it. Any changes to the March 9th meeting minutes? I did not see any.
Nope, didn't see any.
All in
I did
favor?
not see.
Aye.
Aye.
We're moving back now to the Select Board meeting minutes of January 12th. Once again, this is Bill, Ricky, and myself. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of January 12th?
Motion to approve the minutes of January 12th?
Second. All in favor? I don't see. Aye. Select Board minutes of January 19th. Once again, it's Ricky, myself, and Bill. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Second.
Just please note the video recording experienced connectivity issues resulting in voices being cut out. But reading the minutes, I didn't see anything. Did you
This was-
see everything?
Are you on what, which one are you on?
I am on January 19th.
Okay, because I didn't hear your vote for the 12th, okay. Yeah, on the 19th, okay, yeah, I did see that just before SB Half made a motion to include
Which item?
on the FY '27 budget,
Item 4?
item 4, okay, just before SB Half made a motion to include the $488 shortfall in the FY '27 budget, okay, Selectman Bill Vines proposed bonding the $300K that was paid in advance for the bond that was paid off early. And there was a discussion, and Selectman Half basically said that we pay our bills when they're due. Okay, so that's why he did the next motion, and the motion was not passed. Okay, Select Board Half and Selectman Bowen and Selectman Hickory both voted to the negative.
Is this all in the same? I've got the second bullet point. Town Manager Cushing spoke to the town auditors who informed him the shortfall he calculated from the previous minute was higher than their estimate, and then it gets on to the estimated shortfall amount from town auditors is $488,000.
Yep.
Okay, Town Cushing presented a few ways to approach the shortfall, including a tax increase or bonding the shortfall amount. Select Board Vines suggesting holding off on any discussions relating to paying off the previous year's shortfall until the FY '27 budget was completed. Is there a change to that point?
Where is that point? Where are you seeing that?
For the second bullet point.
Okay.
It says the estimated
Okay, I see what you're saying, okay.
Town manager Cushing presented a few ways to approach the shortfall, including...
No, I did not suggest holding off any discussion.
Okay, so we'll strike that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's because we continued the discussion after that, actually.
Okay. So it says the select board continue the discussion relate to fire department and police department staffing and budget costs. Select board have made a motion for the police department staff to add an additional full-time position by January 1, 2027. Chair Vine seconded the motion. The motion was unanimously approved. Select board have made a motion to increase the traffic ticket fees budget line from 10,000 to 15. Selectman Bowen seconded the motion. Selectman Hess voted in favor of the motion. Vines, Bowen, and Hickory voted against it. The motion did not pass. So Chairman Vines made a motion to keep the traffic ticket fees budget line at 10,000. Okay. Then we went into the...
Employee benefits,
Right, and then we went into the
municipal retirement system, and then that...
And then Select Board half made a motion to include the $488,000 shortfall in the FY27 budget.
Right, and that's where, just before that, I made a motion to bond the $300,000.
Okay, so we'll add in that, at the time, it was Chairman
Chairman Vines, yeah, made a motion to bond the $300,000. After a discussion, it was voted down.
Right. Okay. So we'll add that into there.
Yeah.
All right? Anything else, Bill?
No?
All those in favor of those changes? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one is Select Board meeting minutes, January 26. Bill Vines, Ricky Bowen, and myself. This was the public hearing continued at 6 o'clock. And then we went into discussion of replacement of the Select Board.
I don't know if it makes a difference, but I wasn't here in person, I zoomed in.
Yeah, no, that doesn't. No, we could put up there via Zoom.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll change present. Ricky Bowen was via Zoom. Okay? Do I see any changes in?
I did not see any changes.
Okay, all in favor of January 26, 2026 minutes? Aye. I think that's it for minutes. Special Select Board meeting, public informational meeting. That was the March 2nd, 2026, which we pretty much handed this. We did Board of Liquor Control, State Representative, and then we handed it over to Chuck Hughes on the articles. That was once again Ricky, myself, and Jay. Ricky, myself, and Bill.
Yeah.
Can I get a motion to approve the
Motion to
minutes?
approve?
Second.
Which date are you on?
I'm on March 2nd, 2026.
I have some edits from the clerk on just legal names to be included.
Okay. As far as...
To changing to their legal names.
Okay, so I guess that was the conversation. I'll hand that over, so we'll just go from there.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a motion to include the changes of the legal names on the Board of Liquor Control from the town clerk?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
A motion to approve the special select board meeting of January 5th. It was Bill, Ricky, and myself. And this was budget draft reviews of garage, highway, fire department, planning and zoning, Green Mountain National. I have nothing to change in there at this time.
I had nothing to change.
Motion to approve the minutes of January 5th, 2026.
To approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good.
So regarding the minutes, I was wondering about the rosters being attached to them, so we know like who was attending the meeting. Is that something that's supposed to be on there, or?
Was something that was requested.
When it's finalized, then it's attached.
Yeah, that's something I've been doing. I haven't been attaching to the drafts. If you want them on the drafts, we
No,
can.
I just was curious that it being posted or that it was there so people could see it.
It's trying to keep on top of that one.
Meaning members of the public, Ricky, or?
Yeah,
Yes.
people that were zoomed in and attending, yes.
That had been requested at a citizen's input a couple of meetings ago.
Someone have a phone singing? Thank you. Yeah, so that comes in after and is attached to the actual. So, what do you have next on here, whatever?
Next is a SRF drinking water loan amendment authorization.
Okay.
And we have Naomi, if we have any questions. Naomi, you're with us? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is for water system contracts 1 through 3A. It's increasing the bond from 21 million to 23 million, so it's an adjustment of 2 million. It's to authorize me to sign it.
Can I get a motion to up the water system contracts 1 through 3A from $20,425,111.92 to $22,997,666.92.
Point of order, what you're doing is upping the SRF loan. You're not upping the contract, you're not
Sorry, just the
upping the
loan.
bond.
Yes.
It's
So-
the loan amount, which is currently 21 million, and we're asking for an additional $2 million due to contract increase, but
Yes.
that's what the resolution is.
Can I get a motion to up the state revolving loan program to $22,997,766.92?
Well, on here, it's
Wait a
actually
minute.
23.
23 million, the loan amount is.
I'll show you.
Okay, I'm reading this there.
That's the budget part.
Requesting.
For the third time, can I get a motion to, this is for the, who is signing this document?
I am.
The town manager to sign the state revolving loan program to up to $23 million?
23.7. 23.7.
23.7.
Sorry, that is updated. We had an updated amount. We don't need the 23.7, we just
This is
need the 23.
23.
Oh. Well,
Okay.
I got the wrong amount.
Yeah, I do too.
That updated late Friday.
Well, I've got a couple wrong too, because I got them.
Okay.
Can I get a motion to go up to
You got
23 million?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any conversation?
So this was due to increased project costs?
Is gonna cover increased project costs from, well, actually, Naomi, do you want to go over it? Because part of it was.
Sure. So just as a background, point of background, in 2023, the Select Board authorized a funding application, which this is the same form, but at that time it was $27 million. The following year, you received a loan for $21 million. Costs have actually gone down from $27 million, first estimated, to a $23 million. So the SRF program said at that time, we'll give you $21 million. When you need some more, come back to us for an additional. So we do need the additional $2 million that was predicted, and that is what this amendment is for.
That is less than the original amount.
It's still $4 million underneath the original budget.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah.
Any other questions?
Nope.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Naomi.
You're welcome.
Board of Liquor Control?
Hi, good evening. I have several here. The first one is Bull Rush Corporation, which is the foundry. It's a renewal for a first, third, and an outside consumption.
Can I get a motion for the town clerk to move forward with Bull Rush Corporation, otherwise known as the Foundry, first class, third class, outside consumption?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next one is K&H Corporation, which is Sushi Yoshi, a renewal for a first, third, and an outside consumption.
Can I get a motion to let the town clerk move forward with K&H Corporation, otherwise known as Sushi Yoshi, for a first, a third, and an outside consumption?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
We'll go with Bill on a second on there. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, it's the Killington Distillery, a renewal for a first, third, and outside consumption.
Can I get a motion for the town clerk to move forward with Killington Distillery LLC for a first, third, and outside consumption?
So moved. Second.
Go ahead. All in favor?
Aye.
Next is Mufasa Corporation, which are renewals, Scrub-a-Dub Pub, Jack's, It's a first, a third, and 2 outside consumptions.
Can I get a motion for the town clerk to move forward with Mufasa Corporation, otherwise known as Jack's, for a first, a third, and 2 outside consumptions?
So moved. Second?
And just, so everybody, there's 2 decks, so that's why there's 2 outside for 2 separate areas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next is New England Recreation, which is also known as the Pickle Barrel. Their renewals for a first, a third, and an outside consumption.
Get a motion to allow the town clerk to move forward with New England Recreation, also known as Pickle Barrel, for a first, a third, and an outside consumption.
So moved.
Second, is Bill.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have Onion Soup Corporation, which is charities, a first, third, and outside consumption, the renewals.
Can I get a motion for the town clerk to move forward with Onion Soup Corporation, otherwise known as Charities, for a first, third, and an outside consumption?
So moved. Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have the Gondola, which is an application for a new outside consumption
Do
permit.
we have a sign-off from?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So can I get a motion for the town clerk to move forward with the gondola for an outside consumption permit?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
I'll take Bill on that. Just to give up, just to fill you guys in here, the gondola is a leased property. So when I asked Peggy if they had the owner of the property had to sign off saying it's allowed. So we don't know if the owner wanted to, but we have it. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, last but not least, Water Wheel Trading. It's a second class and a tobacco substitute endorsement and a tobacco license, and that's all renewals.
Okay, can I get a motion for the town clerk to move forward with actually the Water Wheel Trading LLC after Water Wheel Trading LLC?
So moved.
Second, tobacco and a tobacco substitute. So Bill made the motion, Vito second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Rec Commission, fill open seat. You want to fill us in, Patrick?
Sure, unless, I don't believe Rebecca's here. Nope, let's go online. There's an empty seat on the rec committee. Rebecca gave me a interesting party. There's a interesting party that she passed along, Greg Cash, and so she is asking that they be appointed to the rec committee.
So I believe this came in front of the other bill when the one gentleman stepped down
A while ago.
a while ago.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
we said put it out, and this is one person applied.
yeah.
So we
And I got
filled
back from
everything.
her, at least.
And so the person's name?
Greg Cash?
So can I get a motion to accept the open seat for the Rec Commission, Greg Cash?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor, or any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
On that note, will we get a list of all,
That's next meeting, we'll
Okay.
work on that
right,
for all appointed positions. What was that? No messages? Okay,
Chat,
Oh,
maybe?
just, yeah, it's just thank you to Peggy and Select Board
Okay.
from Rick.
okay. We have Adopt Town Road and Bridge Standards
Well, here,
Annual.
Do you want a list of all appointed people on boards?
We'll get to that on the selectmen stuff.
Oh,
That's-
okay.
At some point.
That's
we're gonna
something-
have
that's
to go
something
and
else.
Adopt
Okay.
it, yeah.
All right. Adopt, town roads and bridges standard. This is the annual town road and bridges standard that we sign or adopt. There's no major changes, and it's something we do every year.
Can I get a motion to, who's signing this thing? Is anybody?
I think it's on the second page.
We are.
Yeah, I think it's everyone.
Select Board. Can I get a motion for the town road and bridge standards?
So moved.
Second.
Any conversation? You said no major, there's no minor either, it's all the same, right?
It's all the same.
Any other questions? It's
Do
just
we comply
basic-
with all of this?
Oh, we all sign it?
Is it, everyone signs it, and do we comply with
So,
it?
Section 1 municipal
Yes.
road standards.
Yes, okay.
It's saying yes. Non-hydro connected road
Or when
segments, we
an
don't
out of
have.
compliance is identified, we fix it.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
this, and that's going
You
around.
send around the,
Just do it now.
that one? Yeah.
Comes with a pen.
That's Jim's pen, so this is attached to the bottom too, so I don't know if that goes with it or what.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Whose pen was that?
Jim's.
So, we have 6:52, so I have 6:51. The next item up is citizens' concerns, and we have 9 minutes in order to go through this, because we do have to open up the meeting of the continuation. So if we get past the 9 minutes, we'll come back later on for citizens' concerns. Looking in the audience, Deb's hand is up first. Deb,
Yep.
say your name so the person knows.
Okay. Deborah Burke. At the last Select Board meeting, I asked about any progress with the Great Gulf project, because it's important to me especially, but other people in town, because the taxes on the building and everything from Great Gulf was supposed to be influencing the taxes that we all are going to have to pay. And I'm wondering, and you said there was going to be a meeting on the next day, the day after the last Select Board meeting. And so I'm wondering if the Select Board met with the Great Gulf people, and are there any minutes or recordings of the meeting that was supposed to happen? And I don't know if it happened or not. I haven't seen anything anywhere on the website.
So there was a meeting, it was recorded. You want to take it from there, of where it is, if you want to go
Sure.
onto your computer to show where some folks
gotta make
can
sure I
find the
know where it
recording.
Was that under select board or was
Yeah.
that? Yeah,
It's on the top on the banner,
yeah, all right, let me,
under Killington Forward, I believe it's right there.
So there are meeting minutes on the website?
I don't believe they are minute, because there's an informational session, there is a recording.
Construction update, right up.
There is a recording of it,
Okay.
and that is the construction up, right here, the Killington Forward Initiative Construction Update. It should take you to,
That's not
Yeah, I
it.
don't see that.
Oh, no,
I don't
wrong
see
one.
it.
Tell us tonight,
That's not it.
Roll all the way
that's not
down.
it.
Probably on the
briefly, what transpired, what they said?
So Stephanie Clark threw an informational meeting for the board. I'd like to correct that the village itself being built has nothing to do with our municipal taxes. We all voted on this, and we understand that the village needs to be built, and, but if it's not built, then at 2028, I believe, that their tax bill will go up to cover the bond payment. So the village at this point, until the bond is paid off, is only 15% of the municipal taxes will be going towards the town. That's what we voted on. So,
That's the right one.
when they find
Oops, wrong one.
where the recording is,
Yeah, my friend just watched it.
It's under select
Yeah,
board.
that's what I thought, under select board.
It doesn't
On
seem to be.
informational meeting.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
where am I? Oh, under that section.
Vote update. 3
Oh, my God.
Select board process.
right there.
Right here. So you go, so it's that banner up top, then you scroll down to select board process, and it'll be the first one, Killington Forward update.
March
3/10.
10th, 2026.
Can you send that to me, Pat?
I'll send that to you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, I just,
Okay. Next up, Ken, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, a couple of items. In regard to the March 9th meeting minutes,
Yeah.
okay, citizens' concerns, number 4,
Okay,
Okay, first item, my last name is spelt wrong.
okay,
Okay, it's Windsor, okay, as opposed to Wanzer, what it should be.
okay.
In the middle of the paragraph there, okay, it said Wanzer stated these employees were either fired justifiably or pushed out of their positions. I said, okay, that people are no longer employed by the town, have either been fired justifiably, pushed out in one way or another, left due to uncomfortable working environment, employment insecurity, or moved on to pursue other career opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
The last item is too, okay, I read off a lot of names, okay, and what I had to say 2 weeks ago, okay, and I get it, okay, nobody wanted to put all the names in there for the various departments, okay, of people that have left, so I'll summarize it for you. 19 people.
I'm gonna put what you gave me as part of the...
Okay, all right, but in short, 19 people, staff members, in the last 5 years, okay, are no longer with the town.
Okay, thank you.
Point is turnover.
Yeah. Thank you.
That doesn't exclude police and fire department.
Okay, thank you. So, I saw another hand up online first before, I think it
It's
was...
Ron.
Ron? Kish?
No, mine was the question about the town meeting minutes that you were approving, that in the past, they were always attached to this meeting, the drafts, and I went digging, I just found all the drafts that you just approved.
Okay.
But normally, those links were all attached to this meeting, so that everybody knew what you were all looking at for this meeting. That's the only thing I would ask in the future, if you could go back to the way that was versus it just being in the 2026 select board meeting list and trying to find where the drafts were. That, I just found them literally as the previous person was speaking.
We'll take that in consideration for who...
That's all. Thank you. That's all.
Otto in the back?
Yeah, two things, or I have a whole bunch of things, but I'd like to compliment the town manager. A large tree went down on Schoolhouse Road, and I went to see what was going on, and the town manager was there cutting it up with a chainsaw. So that was, I'd like to compliment. The other thing is that something's been bugging me, is that in the last 5 years, and I'm talking about municipal, my tax rates on my house have gone up over $878 for the last 5 years. Now, I've gone up and down the Killington Road for the last 55 years, if not 56. Right now, the Killington Road, which is the main access to the ski area, which is very important, it's like an obstacle course. I mean, I am going all over the place. Now, I don't know what the, but I certainly I can't wait, and I'm talking about myself, until 2028 or 30 to get the darn thing done. You know, are we going to just patch it? But I'm very concerned because going back to the $848 of my tax rate on the municipal, if you said to me there was no construction for the last 5 years and saying everything is the same, well, it's not the same. You've got all sorts of buildings, and if nothing else, the municipal should have been equalized. Now, and we're talking about, if you said to me, okay, your taxes went up, but you got a great road out there, I would be very happy. So that's my concern. I have other things, but that's, it's like I'm driving up, and to everyone here, I've been driving up and down that road for longer than most of you have been alive.
Thank you, Otto.
And I've seen it when it was 2-lane and 3 lanes and 1,300,000 skier days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 7 o'clock right now, so I'm gonna, since it's a warned hearing, I'm I'm gonna have to get back to you afterwards on this here. We're moving to, can I get a motion at 7 o'clock to open the continuation of the public hearing to review zoning bylaw amendments and subdivision regulations?
So moved.
Second.
Second. I would like to take how many people in this audience are here for subdivision regulations, and how many people are here for the budget?
Well, you gotta do one first.
Yeah.
Well, I said, and
Well, no,
nobody
I
put
said-
their hand up.
no,
How
would
many are here for the budget? How many are here for the subdivision regulations? Okay, so there's a lot more people here for the budget, okay? May I get a motion to continue the public hearing to after the budget discussion tonight? So let's just say approximate start time at, let's go 8:30?
Do we withdraw the first motion?
No, we opened.
You still have to
Oh,
open.
okay, so.
All those in favor, open? Aye.
Aye.
Can I get a motion to continue the hearing till 8:30 estimated time?
So moved. Second.
All in favor or discussion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So we're going to move to the FY,
You want to finish up comments, Chris?
no, because I
Okay.
said we would do that after. 'Cause we've got a lot of stuff in front of us. 'Cause we're going to have to come back to this continuation of public hearing. I'm hoping it's, So the FY 2027 budget discussion.
Where's treasurer report?
So in order to do that, I think we first need to go to the treasurer's report and the current financials. So can you bring it up on the screen for those people that are, there's a lot of people on the screen also. So the treasurer's report. I have it on my
That was
email.
last week's package, right?
Yeah, it was in
It's
the
also in
package.
the
I'm gonna unmute myself.
Can I get a motion to accept the treasurer's report for February 28th, 2022? 26, I mean?
Second.
Discussion. You want to run through this, Patrick?
I'm going to have our treasurer run through it.
Okay.
Can you make that bigger, Patrick?
Sure.
Monica, do you want to run through this?
Sure, so we finish February with 11
Too much.
11,750,000. I spoke with bookkeeper at the end of that month and asked how much more money we expecting from the taxes. She says still like about 2 million coming in, and we see the money coming in still. I was able to put 3 million in the CD account to take advantage of the higher interest.
So is that the $3,719,725.95?
That's
The
it.
balance is restricted funds. And then there's $613,223.73 owed to restricted funds. And then there's $8,636,207.35 due to the state of Vermont, June 1st. So I understand that part there. The $3,719,000 is to the restricted or reserve funds total, correct?
Correct.
And then the $613,223.73, if we scroll further down, I think we're gonna show the accounts.
Oh, you want to see the accounts? Yeah.
And, yeah, and so that's the 212 and the 100, so the 613,000 owed is a combination of those, let's go down further, is that it? Of all those items there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you want to run through what SFD, Homeland Security Grant is?
No, that's what we're trying to figure out, some of these. That one is negative $267.
That's the rec grant. The
sorry,
SFD, Homeland Security Grant is
that-
204,000, I believe.
No,
No,
that's
No, that's
solar.
solar, it's solar canopies,
The canopies.
Yeah,
the lucky canopies.
yeah.
Okay,
which we'll get to that during budget.
right.
Yeah, this one's negative 267 for Homeland Security grant. SFD, which would be
Sherburne
Sherburne Fire Department Homeland Security grant.
Okay.
Again, we have to go back. This one has been low priority because it's $267. Yeah.
Okay. And the rec trail grant, or was already at a negative 1,600, and now it's at negative 14. We put 20, we got 20,000 over, I guess, at some time, or we got 8,000 over, and then we spent 20,
I believe it's 8,000 receipts.
right?
So
And then we spent
8,000
20.
in and spent 20.
Okay,
Again, we got to pull back. This is from prior years.
okay.
And zoning bylaw mole grant, again, is we have to pull this back. So these are the ones that have been added to this. These were not, I believe most of these were not on the grant, what is this called? Restricted funds. Sorry, these were not on the restricted funds list prior. These were identified and added to it, and now we are working on identifying either what they were for or why they're on here.
Please, I'm trying to listen to this.
Okay. So you're asking us
So
to
like
approve...
Fund 215, it's just, it is named Fund 215 because it is number 215. So these are...
But it's not in yellow, but that's an added?
Yeah, so this is added. So this is 40,000 that was unaccounted for in the positive. That, again, we have to figure out what it was tied to.
Yes, so I'm going to come to, you're asking the board to approve the treasurer's report, but yet you guys are still trying to figure out what the numbers mean.
Yeah, it is still a factual, but this is what we're working through. We're detangling it, we're trying to redo the budget, we have multiple things, so the treasurer's report is factual, but we have to detangle the context of it.
Okay, can I get you to withdraw the motion of approving the treasurer's report? I'm going to take this another way.
I withdraw the motion to
Withdraw
approve
the-
approve the treasurer's report.
Who seconded it?
Did I? If I did,
You
I'll
did,
take it back.
okay.
I take it back.
Can I get a motion to accept the treasurer's report of February with the understanding that the town is going to have to come back and, what was your word?
Define?
What was that?
Define?
Well, we were saying get
Reconcile.
context to, yeah.
Yeah, reconcile
Reconcile.
the differences that we have not seen before.
Yeah.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
Any discussion, Bill or Ricky?
So basically, Patrick, we're just asking you to come back and give definition to all of these things, so that we know
We're approving it.
we're approving it with,
The understanding that
Right.
we're approving it, but we need to understand at the next meeting a little better.
right.
Hopefully it's straightened out by the next meeting.
Can I make a suggestion, too, that there be a total under the beginning balance line,
Yeah.
so that we can see how the transactions flow? Yeah,
Under the beginning bell?
yeah, see, there's,
Oh, right here, yeah.
Yeah.
And then also, yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
you carry the totals across, yeah, so that we can see exactly how it flowed.
So this comes back to where it's saying the ended balance, February 28th, is $3,106,502.22. But then if you scroll up to the top, it's taken, she's showing, the treasurer's showing that should be $613,223.73 higher than that 3.22.
Which would bring you to the...
Which would
this.
bring us to the 3.7.
Yeah.
Okay? So, any other discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
So, current
Next up is-
financials, would be the current financials. You have a hard copy of comparative. I'm going to pull up what we had, actually, sorry. This one is less good to look at. No, don't do that.
So this is the comparative
So,
budget report ending February of 2026.
yeah. And so, right now, we're, well, it's built off of the comparative. You have the comparative to look at. This is my worksheet of looking at expenses, kind of where we're coming in, what was budgeted, variance, and how much of the budget we're utilizing, if it is on a naturalized rate. If it's a one-time thing that'll sway it, I generally filter it out. What we're seeing here is generally in all, yeah, go ahead.
Can we, this is not in my packet, can we get that sheet included in the comparative? Because
This was emailed to you. This is what I said.
Yeah, that was...
oh, that was in the email. I was just looking at the hand, that was
Yes,
what you printed for me today. So
No, that is the,
I was going to say, I went through and I did a bunch of these calculations by hand, so it would have saved me a bunch of time.
Yeah, but it is in the,
It is in the email.
Right.
Yeah.
yeah. Right, so generally in all of our spending categories by
Budget
department.
burn, I think.
Yes, budget burn rate.
Budget burn rate.
We are doing pretty well. There are a few areas that are high, that were known high, that we are, again, pulling things out of, like the, one thing I keep bringing back, because we haven't been able to get to it yet, is the town office capital with the reconstruction. Some things got put into the town office capital versus the reconstruction bond.
You go into the burn rate sheet, and then there's different categories up top.
I got it.
Yeah.
The first one's blank, you gotta go.
I know, I got it.
Yeah, so, and this is, in here, we're looking at the expense side of it. When we look at the revenue side, I have that on the closing deficit gap tab, if you're gonna follow along. But as right now, most of our categories are where they should be on the spending side. We're about,
Patrick,
yeah, go ahead, Kirsten.
I just wanted to chime in on the town office Route 4. One of the large items that was not accounted for with the budget was plowing. We've spent about $9,000 in making sure that the parking lot is plowed and sanded. So that's something that we might want to consider when we're talking about it tonight. That's part of the reason why we are so much higher than budget.
Is that the whole parking lot being plowed in sand?
It's the portion that we've been billed for.
Okay.
So that would be the portion where the employees park for the up top for the admin areas as well as the clerk's office.
Okay. We are billing the post office.
Is that a question?
Yeah, was that a question?
I said we are, yeah, it's a question. Are we billing for the post office plowing?
Was that considered part of the rental that we have an agreement, or is that something that we should
That's
be
a
billing
question to
separately?
my question. I'm asking, are we sending a bill to the post office for plowing
We
the
will
front of the
check the
parking lot?
contract on that.
Well, the lease, I mean, you just got to read the lease agreement that's
That's
there.
what we said. We'll read the lease to get you an answer on that.
I've pointed to this lease many times, and I believe they're 38% of the total. So there should be one whole plow bill, and they should be billed 38%. I believe it's 38%.
And is it the municipal department that's plowing it?
No,
It's
it's
quality, I think is what I've seen.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's contracted out.
So that gets back to my question of when you said 8,000, and I asked what section, and it was just the part that we're doing, but is the $8,000, $9,000 for the whole parking lot? Or is it just, I mean, then who's, if we're not billing the post office, then who's paying the post office section?
I don't have the invoices in front of me, so I'd have to actually review them in order to give you a better answer.
Okay. I would have to think that that's for the whole parking lot, and we just need to break out, so which should help us with our overage then.
Yeah. On the other side, the, this is actually going to be up. This is the, oh, come on.
Patrick, what does false mean on those? Didn't want to be asking.
False, it means it's not collected.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this is the revenue side, so we're trying to closing the revenue gap, because that's where most of the, for this current year, FY '26, we identified areas that are going to be under, and because one of them, the land purchase was a reimbursement and not a revenue. So that's going to bring us down 210, so that's what we're trying to close. The unexpected project fund here is, which will be similar to carry forward, has already been, because we do accrual accounting, is being accounted for already, basically less cash funds. Because this was a line that it was a negative expense put into the budget, and it was to effectively balance the budget. So this one, good side is this is going to be realized. So we won't have to count for it in the deficit portion. But right now, the projected, and that didn't update it all the way, the projected is going to be, should be 0. 47. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So we're still looking at 127 currently. However, we're going to be able to use some of the penalties and interest collected of past taxes. The taxes themselves, I have to look into more. We may not actually be able to apply those to the current year to offset because they are already billed. Exactly, they're already billed. But we do have some properties that we're looking to sell off to further close that gap. But we are making dents in it. We're doing our best to get to a 0 budget.
So just the principal and interest is being applied to this year's?
It's not in this equation, but that is the plan too. Yes, yeah.
So that offset from projected expense, that's your revenue and expenses together?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not just your expenses?
Correct.
Okay, because I'm noticing on your expenses, okay, you got a $100,000 underage on the police department. We've had discussions about that in the past. I know how difficult it is to hire additional policemen, but I'm also looking at some of the departments still also have significant underages, okay?
And that's so that's going off of year-end estimate.
Yes, on the year-end estimate, yeah.
And I'm being conservative on the year-end estimate, so we may have more underspend.
Well, what I'm curious about, because
you're dealing with the numbers that are in front of you.
Yeah, I know. Let me get to the question.
Okay.
The question is, okay, are the reasons for these underages such that they can get built into the next year's budget?
To have a tighter budget. You're saying some?
Because under budgeting is equally a sin as over budgeting.
Right. Some is, but again, like the one that you point out for the police, something like that wouldn't be able to because...
Yeah, we already talked about the police budget, about how to handle that for next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some, not a lot of these, but a handful of these departments have had light staffing, and so again, there hasn't been consistent. Like for part of the highway, for a few months, we didn't have that many highway guys, and so there was a few months that burn was under what was expected.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to depending on the department.
Well, like finance looks like they're down 75.
Finance is down by 75 because part of that was moved to the clerks. There was a third person in the finance department that was not hired for, and part of that money was used with the third person in the clerk's office.
Okay.
And so again, it's not fully in the next budget.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing you say is, depending upon the department, some of it is and some of it isn't.
Yeah, which is a terrible answer.
I know, but I think that's what you're saying.
Yes, it is. It is, depending on the department, because some departments are using basically cross funds, using unallocated or underspent in another department through a plan prior to me being here.
Okay.
So I think in the future, if the town manager is going to be crossing, the board should be aware of it.
I would agree.
All.
Yep.
Question, could somebody share the last column that has 206,000, about 5 numbers down? What is the start of the column? I think it's line 13.
Other income.
Other income? Other income?
Yeah.
Other clarity?
Yeah, other income, and what is bringing this down, other income has an item in it that was the housing purchase. So monies received by the town that were reimbursing the town for its purchase of the land. they were counted as a revenue instead of a reimbursement. So we don't expect to get additional money because it shouldn't have been included into this revenue line, so it's going to be a negative.
Thank you.
Yep. And that's clearly the one that's driving it. Yeah. But again, we're working on this. Any questions at the current state?
So in the detailed report, just for my own edification and understanding.
Yes.
Tell us the page that you're at.
Well, just in general, I'm talking a general
Okay.
understanding of the sheet to make sure this is in the detailed comparative.
Okay, so you're on the first page.
Yep. So in some cases, I recall prior to my seating on the board that you were changing some stuff, moving the buckets, for lack of a better description. So there's some places that I'm like, where'd that go?
Yes.
And then other places I'm like, things are higher, and is some of that going to be attributable to moving into different buckets?
It won't change the bottom number.
Right, but
But
departmentally?
departmentally, yes.
Because there are some that I'm like, why is there such a variation or deviation?
Yeah. When you're going through it, take your town handbook and go to page 40, and that has all the annotations of what moved from last year to this year.
Okay, great.
So again, if you look at something, you're like, that doesn't make sense, check in here, because it's probably will tell you where it moved
I
from.
mean, it's
or
pretty
to.
clear that something was moved when you look at it. It's just that it's hard to do a year over year once it's been moved into a different column to see the deviation, the variance.
Great idea, Bill.
Yes, I told you, well, we have to annual budgets,
I used my own
to
annotations.
figure out what you did.
2 months later.
What did I do?
Yes. So yes, if you need one of these, we have extras in there.
Oh, I have a whole bunch now.
Yeah, every room of the house.
Just about.
So on this other income, we're already into April. Forget about this being March right now. So the sewer admin account, when is that gonna come over from the Sherburne Fire District to 10,000? And the golf course, the golf administration account?
Well, remember, this is showing the end of February.
Okay.
So yeah, some of these we do have to pull over the remainder of, like the golf admin account, the sewer.
So when do we think we'll pull that over? And you don't have to answer today, you can get back to us at the next point, maybe it's in the next report at the end of March. And the same thing with the golf administration account, the 36,000 compared to 72. The golf course we pay, they paid the 145. The post office rental, it looks like it's right on, but hopefully we're getting the full 72. That should be like a monthly. We're into the 8th month, I'm forgetting it's 72,000 total. So they only have 4 months left, and it looks like they're just about 54, 55% with 4 months left. So we can get that, then I get that there. So, all right, if you can hit those target numbers up. I'm not going to touch any of the other stuff here right now, because it is what it is, all right?
Yeah, it's coming in, we're working on it.
Okay.
All right, do you want to move to our
Any other
budget?
questions here? Is there something that we want to smile about here? Does the audience have something to say?
Jim, the audience
Are you
can
talking to me, Jim?
smile.
Okay.
The audience can
I'm sorry, I'm
smile.
not even paying attention to you. I was talking
You know,
to Kat.
okay, I was just
Yeah,
asking
nothing to
because
talk
there's a
about.
question. Thank you.
No.
Okay, so can I get a motion to accept the comparative budget report?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Let me bring over the budget. There we go. All right, so we're going over the budget overview. There was some questions that you guys asked. I don't know, how would you like to go this? There were some questions you asked about cost of living, there were some questions you asked about healthcare.
We asked for
And then
a
there's
budget
a
with...
update on the
with-
deficit.
We asked for a budget to be presented to us with some specific items. One, cost of living, 0. Cost of living, 3%. Then we asked for 10%, 15%, and 20%
For healthcare coverage.
for healthcare coverage.
So I can show you those on a separate,
Yeah, that would
that
be
we can
great.
talk about. Right now, and this is with there are minor changes to the budget, but this is including the 3% increase to healthcare. So this year it'd go to 6 with a plan, 5-year plan to increase it to a normalized rate. This is a 3% cost of living adjustment, and right now the budget is at a 3.3% increase of the municipal tax increase. The main reason this has happened is because I talked to our auditors, and this is with the assumptions that we bond the FEMA money, rebond it. We bond the solar panels money as intended. And then the carry forward amount, that has been removed from the deficit as that, the way that it's being worked, and this is from our auditors, and I understand I'm having a hard time explaining it, is the difference between business accounting and government accounting with our accrual versus a cash budget. If we look at it as a cash budget, we're going to have a deficit of the carry forward, just 300 less the operating expenses, which gives us the 2-something number. If we are doing it through accrual accounting, that money has already been funded through our reserve funds. The way we should be doing everything is through accrual. We do a modified accrual accounting because we're a government. So that money we can remove from our deficit of the next budget, but it is at the expense of our cash flow. We can mitigate any damages to the cash flow by, again, going after the FEMA bond, going after the solar panel bond, and a few other TIF-related items of using the bank instead of ourselves to rejuvenate our cash flow. But if we want to be at a starting point of 3%,
I don't think the board asked for a starting point. The board asked for...
I can give you the other numbers.
You asked where, but, so this is with a 3%
Cost of living.
COLA,
Yep.
okay? And with the bonds, or the solar and the FEMA being rebonded.
Rebonded.
Okay? And it's showing going from 3% of a increase to the health plan, okay? So this is on an Excel spreadsheet. So we can stick right now with the 3% of the COLA on this, now move to 10% on the health plan. The board asked for 10%,
Yep, and I'm gonna pull those up.
15%, and 20% is what we asked for. We didn't ask for 3%.
I understand.
But it's nice to see.
Well, this is where the budget was, so that's why I'm using this as
So
a base.
one question of clarification.
Yes.
When you say 3%, did that bring the total copay
To 6%.
to 6%? Okay.
And then by December, it jumped to 7.5
Right.
because of
Okay.
the main factor in our healthcare being kind of wonky is we have the wrong plan.
Okay, so...
And we can't change that till January.
So this is an effective copay of 6%. So what, Jim, you're asking for is an effective copay of 10%.
We said 10%,
Yep,
15,
we have
Okay.
that.
20.
I just wanted to clarify what this starting
I
point
kind of
was.
got, because we didn't, Bill, we didn't, and Ricky, we didn't say 3% to 6% and then to 7.5%. We said work it down to 500,000.
Yeah.
Right, yeah,
And
right, exactly.
We didn't give a
Exactly.
percentage.
I've worked it lower than that.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
I lost my cursor. Here we go. So this is the current one that we're looking at, which again was the baseline budget, which we're going to work off of. This is a 3% year over year, so starting in July going to 6%. And the cost of the healthcare is $430,000. I believe in the new budget I have it at 450 or 60, I have to look exactly. And that is because we do have empty positions that could potentially increase our healthcare if the people that are hired have,
That's what the budget's for.
Yeah, exactly. So I lowered it from 500 to about 460. But this is the cost year over year of our current. With this plan in FY '28, once we make the adjustment, it's going to drop down, and this is with an assumption of a FY '28. I'm going to walk through it. So this is with an assumption of a increase of 3% to the premiums, and again, then the employees would start the year at a 7.5 the calendar year, because that's where they left off under a different plan. By July, they would hit 10%. And this is where we'd be. So this is 2 years to get to 10%, and then 10% again jumps to 12, and we can go to whatever end goal we want. And this is a stepped approach, and you can see it kind of, with the increase and the steps, kind of stays around that 430 number, plus or minus how many people we actually have using it. If you wanted to increase year over year by 5%, which, oh my God, there we go. So that would be in July, it would jump up to 8%. And I can show you a base of what it's compared to right now. This would then go to, again, 8, the way the math works out, again, goes to 10 once you change plans. The 10 then jumps to 15 by FY '28. And then, again, you can take it however high you want.
So I just want to make sure the board understands, we can't handcuff next year's board. Bill and I may not be here, and we can't handcuff. We're working on the 2020, well, we made a plan back in 2012, and we didn't stick to it. So we're working on the FY 2027 budget. So what I think you have here is you've shown us with a 3% to get to 6%, and then in January of 2027 getting to 7.5% is what I understand?
The first one? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So what we're looking for is saying 10%.
Yep, and that is right here. And so that would,
So
again,
now-
it would decrease by about $10,000 in the first year, but it would increase the cost to the employee by about $150 per month.
Okay, so what I'm looking for is you put the 10% and then go back to the original to show me the 3.3% increase, what that happens there with 10%, 15%, and 20%.
Yeah, and so that, right, so here is at the 6% increases to 181 for a family, which was 96 before. If you jumped it to, or actually, sorry, it would jump over to that one. Let me go back.
I think I have you lost.
181.
Can you go back one screen?
Back one screen to what? The budget?
To where you showed us a 3.3% increase.
The budget?
Yeah, the budget.
Okay, the budget.
The budget.
Yeah.
You showed us the budget. And it shows in here a percent increase of 3.3%.
This is the total budget.
That's the total, yeah, I know. I understand that. And that is with your calculation of going from 3% of the health to 6% until December 31st.
Which then rises to 7.
And then runs up to 7.5% in January.
Correct.
What I'm looking for, once again, is if they go to 10% starting July 1, what is that going to look like? That's all. And then 15%, and then 20%.
Yeah.
That's what the board as a whole asked for.
Yeah, and I can tell you, it's, if you're going to...
I asked if this was an Excel spreadsheet, Patrick, and can you just punch in starting July 1?
I have to update one other number, but I could.
Okay, thank you.
But what do you want to put in? Because this is the number, but do you want to...
10%.
That's not how the spreadsheet works, Jim. So it's, what do you want the amount budgeted to be?
Can I interject here for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Because this is getting a little far afield. Okay? My understanding, okay, what we directed Patrick to do, is to get the total amount that it would affect the budget if the employee contribution increased to 10%, 15%, 20%.
Starting July 1.
This is great detail. It shows the effect upon, you know, the people who are going to be paying these things. But we need to know the gross amount and how it affects our projected budget for '27.
Right. And I-
Right? Am I right?
You are correct.
So I'm just
And I can tell
asking,
you.
Vito, for a 10% starting
So-
July 1, what that does, and then a 15%, and then a 20%. And then
I
it's...
think Patrick is trying to refine it because of the change in plans.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just start with the increases on July 1 and see how that affects the rest of the calculations.
I think, understanding this is a public meeting, okay, so Patrick, since you have to manage employees, you get to call when we take this meeting private. But I understand there's one message to the select board, which is, how are we going to plan the budget? Okay, and then there's one message to the employees, what are they going to pay? So we got to be very careful about not communicating inaccurate information to the employees in a public meeting like this while we're trying to make up our mind. Okay?
100% agree.
Yeah. so
But
we-
if we're going to do that, then what's already in front of us is saying 6% by July 1.
right.
And then 7.5%
Right.
by January 1.
Right.
All we instructed the town manager to do, Bill, was give us 10%, 15, and 20.
There's nothing wrong with what we instructed him to do.
And we're not making a decision
right.
in open,
Yeah.
we will take it.
Okay.
But what I'm thinking is if we put in the 10%, which even if you're changing the plan, which I don't think you've gotten to that, if you're changing the
It's in
plan
here.
starting January?
Yeah, all of it's in here.
Okay, but we're not being told which plan it's going to.
Reflective
But-
silver.
But, okay, so what I'm getting at is that if you put in the 10% in your calculation, then it's going to give us a better understanding of how much the employees' increase is going to be, and that may be something that leads to us to say, we come back down or we go up. That's what we're here for.
About $200 a month.
Okay, so for 10%, it would be going that, for a family plan would be how much? For a family plan, a month, with 10% contribution.
It's going to go up to 301, and it is currently at, this thing's in my way, It's 96.
$96, okay, for a family plan. So for I think it's couple is the next, or two, I don't know if it's,
Hold on, let me do it like, oh my God.
and I agree with you, Bill, that there's a
just gotta be
point where we have to be careful, but I'm just looking for the
Here we go.
10% and whatever, okay?
So this is,
What we're looking for is rational. I just want to make
Number.
sure we don't...
We're not jumping into.
Right, yeah. Because we do have to have, we do have to manage employees.
so 90. These are the numbers right here for the monthly premium cost for the employees if it were to stay at 3%.
So $90.52 is for a single spouse and children, so that's a family plan.
The bottom one's a family plan
So $90.52,
per
okay?
month. Yes.
So,
Now, if you want to know what it is at 10%,
well, where does it go over to show, so that's currently, okay? So 90.52, so I'm going to go backwards, 32.21 for a single. Okay, single and a spouse is 64.42. Single plus children, okay, is 62.17, and a family is the 90.52, okay? So, and we know on that, there's a 3 point, now if you go up to, you've already shown us if we go to 6% and 7.5%, so now we're looking at 10%.
so this is, and the caveat though is this is 10% in July.
Right.
In January, it'll be 12.5.
Okay.
Well, if we
No, no,
if
so-
we adopt
so
the
we're
same
saying-
plan, but that, we have to
We're
discuss
looking
that.
at, we're
yeah.
looking there at 10%.
We're going for a new plan.
Whatever, okay?
The plan's the problem.
But I think what the board was asking was 10%, so I understand you're jumping up there, what we're asking is for 10% then starting January 1. So,
So 10% at January 1.
at January, 10%, no, 10% at July, then you
10%
got
in
over
January.
there, it's the 12.5, that's what we were just
Right.
talking about.
Because-
We're saying not to increase that 2027,
Leave that at
January 1, leave that at 10.
So we don't want to do that though, because
But the board is instructing you right now to put 10%. Please, let's just do it.
it's not going to say, it's going to not save us money as much.
Can you
Okay?
put 10%? please?
This is a, no, let me put it down here. Yeah, it'll be the same numbers, but let me put them down here.
So at 10%, okay, 10%, you're going...
This is what I was saying, it's
So is that a different?
It's okay.
it's the
That's a
plan
different
switch.
plan. That's a plan switch at a different plan cost.
Yep, because the plans we're going to is a lesser plan.
Okay.
It is the correct plan for what we want to do.
That's the
And
silver plan.
If we then kept the percentage of the employee the same, the employee's contribution would go down instead of the town retaining the difference by going to a different plan.
Okay, so then let's scroll
So
back.
this is why I was saying,
So scroll back up.
if you want to look...
We'll stick to the 12, okay? So,
This would put the employees in January at 12% contribution on the new plan.
okay. So...
The same dollar amount.
Correct, because we're changing the plan, and the plan is cheaper.
Okay, so just
Okay,
The premiums are different.
clarity in what we're trying to do, okay? We're trying, again, I'm going to go to, we need the gross number in the budget.
Actually-
This detail is great, but I want to see the gross number, see how it affects the
So,
Vito,
budget in total.
Vito,
I'm good right
one
now.
thing, one
I
thing
am
that you
good.
have to understand, and that's where the tricky part comes in, is that when we were looking at this, we have a really very expensive, high premium plan, okay? But those plans can only be changed on a calendar year, okay? So when Patrick was trying to fit this to the original instructions that the select board gave him, basically, we told him to look at going to the stepped-on plan, which is what most municipalities have. It's called the silver plan. Okay, so that's why he was looking at going to the silver plan. And we actually told him, okay, that pull that savings across to the town.
Who was we?
No, in the select board discussions that we had.
No, we just had to bring it down to 50. We never got into the
No, but
percentage.
we did have conversations about it, okay? But but at the end of the day, Jim, we decided that the conversations were very complex.
Yep.
So bring it down to 50.
Right, you said,
That's what we
that's where you
had.
came down, give me a dollar.
Right, that's where we came to a dollar
If
value.
you-
'cause
and
the-
that's what I'm
we
saying, if
ended
you-
with
That's
and
where
we
we
get
ended
into.
with.
So
Yes.
we weren't going backwards, we were sticking to this.
Right, that's where we
So now,
ended
with the
with.
10%
But the
that
conversation's
starts
very
like,
complex.
the 10% that starts July 1, and then you switch over to the silver whatever that goes to 12 and a half, which the plan then says a single is 107.37, 214.75 for single and a spouse, 207.23 for a single and a children or
Right,
children.
it's the same
It
dollar
stays the
amount.
same. So
Yes.
now, can you go back with those numbers in there, saying that they're going up to this rate? What does it do to the 3.3%?
So that's where we change,
The overall budget.
yeah,
No, that's nice.
right. And that's where I was saying the numbers down here, right here is the number that we're playing with. So this is the 10%. This is the number. So 12, and this is without any room for growth.
To get
It is,
Is that the net the town will pay?
that is the total health benefit cost for the town for fiscal year '27.
Right.
If we're doing it
Including whatever the employee contribution is?
less their contribution.
Less, okay, so that's the net. Okay.
This is
Including current
the,
projected new hires?
Okay.
no, and that's what I'm saying, this is with current, with the original,
So when you do a budget, I'm sorry, but when we do a budget, we have to budget these new positions.
yeah, and we do in the budget, but that's what I'm saying. So here, we have 430. That's the total cost of the current usage. We've budgeted 460.
Okay, I'm getting confused. This is the net cost to the town of the health plan, or is it the total cost of the health plan?
The net cost of
The
the
net
town.
cost.
The net, okay.
With the
okay.
employees
I
that
want-
we currently have today, with no new hires
Correct.
in the next budget. So all I'm asking
And then we're
is that if
saying
you go back to the budget now.
the
where it
budget
shows
is
the 3.3,
460.
Go back to the budget.
Yeah. So on this sheet on employee benefits of the budget, you had 460.
Yes.
So can you go back to the budget on the computer?
So. and if
So
you-
what I was asking then is if you can work that number in to show what the percent increase
I can, but I'm asking, what number do you want me to use?
You've got the
Because,
10% with the 12 and a half.
but
Switching the
but how much buffer do you want to put in there?
I think I'm lost here, Patrick, because...
I'll show you when we get there.
Because on one sheet, you're showing me just the people that are hired today on what plans they are, but
Yep.
we're trying to do a
So-
2027 budget.
Yeah, and I,
What's
so.
gonna happen here-
So our net was, the net that was budgeted is, or sorry, the net math is 430. The budget amount is 460 to account for unhired people or people who may change healthcare.
And when you increased it from 6% to 10% and 7.5% to 12.5%.
Lowers the net.
So-
The net went to 421.
So I'm not, I guess
421.
where I'm coming from
So do you want to
is-
put this at 450? Do you want to put this at 440?
What you need to do is determine 7% of the cost of the employee health insurance and decrease the budget by that amount.
No, what you need to...
No.
What we need to do is forget...
Basically, by going to 10%, okay, if you just apply a linear fashion, okay, you're going to drop another
$10,000,
$10,000 to $12,000
Yep.
off of the 460.
Exactly.
Okay, somewhere in that range, because you said you were going from 430 to 421.
Yep.
But you had 30K buffer in there for your unidentified new hires.
Yep.
Okay, so
The delta change would be from the 6 to the 10 would be about 12,000.
So I appreciate all the work that's going into this, but I think we're getting a little too complicated.
But that's the same. What do you want me to put here?
We are working on, we're working on a 2027 budget. I don't care, I am not telling any employee that the 430, we're putting 3%. They are 3% until June 30th of 2027. Six, 2026.
Yeah.
Okay? So it doesn't matter how many employees you have today at whatever percent. We're working on the 2027 budget, so
Right.
I want to see with full employees hired with a 10% contribution starting July 1, and then I guess when you switch over to the silver, will be 12.5%. That's what I would like to see.
Right, so what buffer do you want?
No buffer. I want you to put in for, you have to put in for all your employees that you expect, and I would guess that you have certain employees now that you know are single, or single and a spouse, or single and a child, or family. The new hires that you're going to put in, I would think in a budget, you would have to put down they're all family,
put in
Bill.
a mix, yeah, you'd have to put in a mix or
Put in a
family.
mix, or just go safe
If
for
you went straight family, that's
Safer-
your highest
I'd go
risk,
safer
yeah.
family,
You
yeah.
can take your family, would be your highest
Patrick,
number.
And then there's
Can I
no
ask a
there's no
question?
buffer.
That's done.
Can I ask a question, because I'm not sure I ever heard the answer? So the $50,000 that was requested to be found and saved, I think it was from 550 to 500, are you yielding that in the change from the gold to the silver plan? Is that where that $50,000 is being yielded from, or?
So I increased the savings more, so I reduced the buffer. So from 550 to 500, yes, that was a lot of that was
predominantly the silver.
change in the
Okay,
plan.
I just needed to understand that, so that as you start talking forward, I can, okay.
Yes, and then when we, and then there was a budget, or not budget, a buffer of like 60,000, or I guess it'd be,
I would like to
there was
work
40 more. And then so
No, I
reduced
agree,
it
I just wanted to know where that 50
Yes.
materialized from, so that I know when we're,
But it failed in the budget.
right, no, I understand that.
So what I would like to see is the budget with 10% starting July 1 on the Gold 3 plan and 12.5% on the Silver plan with full employment of the positions, okay? And how many people are we looking to hire on? There's one Department of Public Works, there's 1.5 police, there's one assistant clerk treasurer. Is there, that's all we're hiring?
There's also could potentially be one highway and one assistant town planner.
Okay, so can you add in one highway and one assistant town planner?
We
And that's a
can, I
budget.
think we're gonna overshoot there because we already know by our base, we know that not everyone takes the health insurance. And so if we use our averages of what we expect in a normal distribution, we can get a better budget instead of artificially inflating for a
Okay.
fringe case.
So then in this case, don't add them. At 1 minute, you said you added these
No,
positions in.
these were not added in.
Okay.
This number is our current employees' usage. If we go up to 6%.
And then you added
I added
$30,000
$30,000 in to account for potential new
So
hires
that's the
coming
460,
onto it.
okay.
That's the 460.
Okay.
So that's what I was saying, if we change it to the 10%, so it goes 212, you had your numbers backwards. So it is a difference of 18,000.
So put in your 30,000.
So if we want to lower the budget by 18,000 to see what,
Well, but because now you're saying that there's a $30,000 buffer. Now I understand what you're saying
Yeah.
about a buffer,
Yeah.
okay? So add the $30,000
Onto
buffer
this.
in, and then just go back
Yeah,
to the
42.
budget and see if it's a 3.3, a 5 point something, or a 2.8%. That's all. At 10% and 12
so
and a
this
half.
would be 2.8. Let me look back, I believe it's 4.48. 260 minus, so minus 18 from that, it should be 42.
Yeah, 442.
442.
442.
Okay, and then I have to make one alteration this way.
So 6% and then going to 7.5%, right? Contribution, 6% and 7.5%
Yeah.
on the original was going to give us a 3.3% increase in the operating budget. So now at
Right.
10% and at 12.5, switching the plans, with your $30,000 buffer is going to come up to what?
We're about to find out. Okay. Save.
At 3 point.
So on-
2.97.
Okay.
So it lowered it
So
0.8, 0.08?
Half a percent.
Half a percent.
Okay, so
if
now
that.
do 15%. This is all we really asked for.
15%.
So it would be 15, and then I guess it would be 17.5.
But did the 3.3 include the buffer up front?
Yeah, it did.
It did, okay.
The 3.3 was 6%, John, July 1
Yep.
to December 31st. And then January 1 to June 30th, it went to 7.5%, which is a 3.3% increase. That's without counting some other things in there yet. So then 10% at July 1, and then going to 12.5% January 1, changing the plan to the silver whatever, is 2.97%. So now at 15%, going to 17.25%, I guess, is what we're doing. Oh, no, 18.7.
18.7.
Okay, 18.7, because you're doing the percentage-wise. Okay, so the plan for a single, okay, would be...
So do you want the landing to be 15, or do you want the July to be 15? Because the other one was July 10, July 15. Or do you want the end landing spot to be 10?
I wanted the 10% to start July 1.
Okay. So
And
then this one...
I wanted the 12.5% to
Right,
start
that'd be
January 1.
Yep, okay. So this one would then be 15.
15% July 1.
Yep.
And then 18.7% on January 1.
Correct.
So a single plan would go to 161 a month.
Yep.
Okay, 06. The other one would go to 322.12, 310.85, and then 452.58. Okay, I've got that. Now, what does it do to your budget?
So again, we're going to take this
It goes
plus...
from, that was 430 in your original budget, so it's basically taking
Yeah, but it's
40,000
gonna,
off.
so it's gonna be like 2.6.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well, let's just see it, so it's
Yeah.
not my guess.
right.
Go all the way back over.
And you put in your $30,000 buffer.
Right. So the 442 becomes 420.
No, 420.
Might be less because it's going to 17.
Well, yeah, by this equation, it would have been like
Yeah, that would
422-ish.
We're dealing with round numbers.
Yeah, if you deal with round numbers, you're, for what you're doing, you're in good shape, actually.
That doesn't seem right in the updating. Oh, yeah, no, yes, it did. Oh, wait. I would expect it to change more than that. Hold on. We went from 440. Yeah, okay, yeah, right, because we only increased it a little bit, yes. So this is going to be 5,561.
Well, we increased the one number by 5%, and then we increased the second number by
5% as well.
5, yeah. .56%. Now let's jump to the 20%. And it's 20%, so it would be more like, it's gonna be 20% across the board.
No, it wouldn't be.
Okay, so then you're gonna jump that number down to 17, whatever?
So you want a landing number at 20?
Yeah, so 20 is the landing at the end, so January would be 20.
Yeah, so there you go. So
Okay? Yeah, so it's 16% in July, 20% January. Okay? So now we've got,
30 to this would be 416.
okay, so the single would be,
took another 5,000 out of it.
no, I'm looking at the cost to the employees. I'm not-
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
not really
sorry, you
looking
want
at
to
That, I just,
No,
Yeah, my bad.
I'm trying to show what the cost increase is.
482, or sorry, 171.
So it's for a single would be 171.80, 343.60, 331.57, 482.75. What does it do to the 2.56%?
So this is where we're going to put in 416.
So it's about 2.25 maybe? 2.15? 2.2. Bingo.
And then we'll go to our overview. 2.5.
Yeah, because we only went up from the 15
Yeah,
to 16, so
a tiny
2.5.
percent, yeah.
Okay, so now that we got that, I have a copy, you wrote down too, John? The
Yeah.
differences? Okay.
Pretty much, I
So
mean,
now let's jump away, because this is not the discussion of what, this is just giving us numbers.
looking for numbers.
So,
Right.
and that's with the bond going for a total amount of, that's going to cover the solar panels, the FEMA?
That's if we, this would be, this budget would have zero deficit in it, because
Okay.
we removed it all out through not being a cash budget, so being an accrual-based budget, having bonds for the FEMA, and having bond for solar.
So, but we're still working on
And
money
then-
in, money out.
And then
But to
the,
an apples-to-apples budget, okay, we're basically saying one way had the budget funded with taxes. This way has the budget funded with taxes
over the
plus a
future.
bond.
Yes.
Okay, so now let's
We've done
jump,
this in the past with the call and the cash. You can't mix them. It's got to be one or the other. That's the bottom
Right,
line.
and that's why we're not counting the carryover as a deficit anymore, is so we do it all the same way.
Because we've done this in the past and it didn't
Right.
work out.
Right.
You know.
You start double taxing people.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now,
You gotta be recurrent.
so now, the voters voted for a forensic audit of $200,000.
Not included in here.
So let's put it in
We
here.
don't want to. We want to, because we don't want to overtax on it, so we want to,
Unknown.
it's an unknown expense, exactly. So we want, and it's already approved by the voters, so we want to spend the money, and then the year after, like George said, the year after, you pay for it. So we float it.
Yeah, I don't,
We keep float, we have a 400,000 or 500,000.
George,
you
can-
had in
can-
the past. That's on the next budget.
George, quiet.
But that does get to George's point of, if we budget 200,000 for it, and it comes in at a 100, we have overtaxed the tax base.
So we've been doing and I'm picking on the police department, because the police department is the only one that's really, most of the time, coming in under the number, okay? So don't.
It's also a compliment.
So it is a compliment or whatever, okay? So, don't take it that way either, right,
Well,
John?
I'm just saying, it's, you know.
Yeah. So, that would be saying then, let's just budget what you've been spending the last or whatever. The voters approved the $200,000 number to it, and this is a budget, remember that, it's a budget, it's not an exact.
It's not exact.
Okay, so so I'm saying now, put the $200,000 in there, because the voters voted on the 2027 budget process for $200,000. So what we're doing here, in my mind, is the solar panels is $204,000, and for some reason, we didn't budget for it, and here we are now later, after making up for it. So, in this current year, the voters approved a $200,000 expenditure to be added to the budget. And I believe that it should be added to the budget, and if it comes in under, then it will work its way out either way, or maybe something else comes up, or it's a carryover positive later. Just like the voters voted for a bond payment in the school budget for a new sewer line and a new boiler. And I could say, yeah, I voted for it, okay? Because we needed it. So, but they're adding that into the tax rate, okay? So because the voters voted, maybe the boiler comes in less than X dollar amount, maybe the sewer thing comes in less X that we said. But they put it into their budget. The only good thing is it's not going to count for this year, because it's a bond and the payment is the following year, most likely, okay?
And then we're budgeting for the bond payment.
So here it is so let's say this thing costs us $10,000.
Right, then we've overtaxed the tax base $190,000.
But then you're giving
we
them,
under them 10,000.
But then you're giving them the money back again.
Right.
As part of next year's budget.
Right.
As part of next year's budget.
Right.
Yeah, unless you've grossly overspent other places in your budget, and then you got bigger problems.
And then it's the question of, so do you want the town to hold the taxpayers' money, or the taxpayers to hold the taxpayers' money?
Well, I think the voters voted for it, so put it in.
They voted for
An expenditure of $200,000.
And but it doesn't need to be included in the budget,
Who says that?
because it's the amount.
No, who says that?
Patrick, I think technically speaking, we could push it off to next year's budget, but the question is, should we push it off to next year's budget if we're going to make the expenditures in this year's budget? Okay, because every time you push an expense into another year, you're creating a big carryover, and we don't know what next year's problems are going to be.
Right, and that's where I'm from.
So we need to, yeah.
We voted to vote 200,000 in, so put the 200,000 in.
It's kicking the can down
Go
the
ahead,
road.
Vito, go ahead, Vito.
So, there's a legal aspect to this also, because the language in the article said, shall the town expend an estimated amount of $200,000 on a forensic audit? Okay? And to me, what that says essentially is that the voters voted a line item in the budget, into the budget.
Okay.
It could be anything else in the budget, but it's a line item now.
So what do you want to put for the,
$200,000.
hold on. What do you want to put for the, are you just going to look at the change, or do you want the health employee benefit to be something else?
So I have one more question before we move on from the healthcare benefit. So where does the funding come from for the debit card or whatever the amount is for deductible?
That's in that number.
It's in the 430s. So we've included that. Do we have a number for its value? How much
That
we're
is
paying for this like in these cards for deductible?
That's
amount?
included max liability, yeah.
Okay, so can you tell us what that number is? Like,
So I'm looking at a plan. What I was just told here is that Bill, follow me here.
I think I know where you're
The
going.
goal
Yeah.
Plan 3 was going to be $400,000-something at 6%, okay?
That was what he had originally
That
put
was
in.
with the 6%.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, now all of a sudden, there's like for a family, so I'm being told that it's costing them whatever,
Yeah.
$100 and whatever dollars for a family plan for the 10%, $301.72.
Yep.
So how much of that good question, John, how much of that $301.72 is just the premium?
All of it.
Okay, so then John's question is that...
John's question is about
No,
the HRA wrap.
So the 301.72
The deductible,
is
right?
the 10%
Of the premium. Yeah.
Okay, so then on a family plan, there's how much of a deductible?
There is a plan deductible of, well, again, changes on the year, so when we change plans, it drops by about $1,000. So 64 is the current, because it's a high deductible gold plan. When we change to a standard reflective silver plan, drops the deductible to $535.6. We have a 75% HRA wrap, which has a max liability of 75% of the plan deductible.
So I'm sorry, but I just want...
Wait a minute, what is an HRA one?
Yeah, explain that.
An HRA wrap is what John's talking about, of a debit card that is used,
The deductible, Bill.
it's to use against your deductible.
Okay, so
so essentially the town pays
75%.
this large
yeah.
percentage of an employee's deductible.
Right.
Okay, so
So is that just a
basically you take
liability? Is that just a liability, or is that an actual?
is that added?
That is the max liability.
Max liability.
So if an employee doesn't use the card, then
It doesn't carry over?
then it does, no.
Wait a minute.
Because it's not paid until it's spent. It's not a HSA. HSA, typically an employer would say, here's $2,000 toward your SSA, or HSA, sorry. Yeah. And an HRA is a debit card to be used against the deductible, but it is drawn out at the time of spending. So if you do an HSA, you know this is how much it costs. If you do HRA, this is the max liability that we have.
Which is some number that an actuary probably came up with or something, that is a percentage of people who use in full versus don't use in full and families.
Right now, we're budgeting for the max HRA wrap.
Patrick?
Yes, Kirsten?
I just wanted to mention that even though the plan deductible that we are covering with the HRA, well, you have the 75%. So I just want to make sure that everyone is following this correctly, that even though it says 6,400, it's actually 75% of that we're covering for the employees. So it's 4,800.
Yeah.
There's still 1,600 that the employee has to cover.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So if I take a family plan today, all right, it's costing, if I take the family plan today,
Do you want to know the total compensation of it?
well, what I thought we were going here is that on the premium, how much are they paying on the premium? And then we would get a conversation going of the deductible. But if I take the full 20%, okay, And I'm saying that they're going to pay $482.75 for a family, times 12 months. That's $5,793.
Correct.
A year, which includes how much of their deductible being paid by the town.
That is only premium, the numbers that you gave.
And then the deductible for the town is roughly
Whoa,
another
I just asked, is this amount of money here including the deductible?
No,
And you
that's
said
not.
yes. So this $452 is what they pay, then we're paying how much?
Let me walk you through this, because again, this
80%.
is why I had this, because it is very complicated, and that's why I
Well,
know
it's
you're
not
like...
complicated if you just gave us the
We have a
cost of the
table of,
plan.
I would say, 6 smart gentlemen, and we're clearly on different pages.
Well, no, because
I
we
don't
should
think
be
so.
talking, we should be just talking how much the premium is.
Then we are.
And then how much is the deductible?
Well, you were talking premium.
Right.
But this total number that we put into our budget includes the deductible, because we only have one line for health insurance.
I mean, short of seeing all the numbers calculated out, it seems like there's more money in the deductible than there is in the savings at 20, at like, you know, the 6 and the 10% range, like the chunk of cash that comes back to the budget.
I think that's a fair argument.
It's actually bigger, so there's a lot more money here than just what we're talking about, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of by percent, you know, if somebody pays this percent or that percent, you know, we're tying up a lot of cash.
Liability of lot cash.
Liability.
But yes, because we're budgeting for that.
In this situation.
Okay.
And that liability is included in that number that we just reduced?
Yeah. It's right to this number, yeah.
But like, if you just look at this number here, okay, so let's just make for the single
That's not a
single
real-
spouse
that's not a
plus
real
children, let's just say the 20%, and let's round it to $500, so that's $6,000 a year.
Where are you looking?
The single plus spouse plus children,
Okay, family plan.
family plan, okay, just take it at $500 a month,
Yeah.
to make the math easy.
Yeah.
So that's $6,000 a year they would pay.
Correct.
And then they would pay another $1,600 a year in
deductible.
In deductible. So their total would be $6,600. $7,600 a year.
Correct.
Okay, the town's total on that would be 200 and, what's the town's total?
If you back that out,
No, what's the town's, but for that particular class of employer?
Go back to the front of that, go all the way to the...
Let me answer Bill's
Because these
first.
numbers are kind of mind-boggling, you know?
So there's 15 people on
So
the single.
the employer annual contribution on the family plan for one person is $26,000.
For which one?
This is for a family plan.
Family plan is $26K for the employer.
That's the...
No,
That's
for the
the
employer.
Employer, okay.
Employer.
How many
With,
are
hold
there?
on, with a max HRA wrap of 4,000. So the max liability for a single person on a family plan at 20%
31,000
is 31,000-ish.
is what we're at, so.
Correct.
So the town is paying $26,000 for a family plan.
Yeah, health insurance is very expensive.
No.
Plus
How
that.
many are on the family plan?
6.
Okay. How many are there on the single plan?
Oh my, hold on.
You said 15?
15. It's right
And what
here.
is the cost for the employer?
For the 15?
Yeah.
Or that's right here. So 15, it's 143 with a max liability of HRA of 33.
176.
176. For the 6 employer contribution, it's 160 with a max liability of 26,000. These are all the numbers that then add together to make this number.
Right, and what I'm getting at is, if you slide that over, Patrick, what I'm getting at is,
Keep going.
One more. There we go.
this number is greater than the savings that we keep talking about when we're adjusting rates. So this is a pretty significant number that we need to look at and consider, you know, in this conversation as it
more
relates
sense.
to healthcare and insurance, like.
It makes more sense to have a lower,
Well, however we
Lower
strike the balance
contribution
between the
and-
two,
yeah.
we can't ignore this number, though. That is a significant number. That number is making a bigger dent on the budget than any of, well, than the first couple of adjustments that we made
Because you
in
can't
terms
pick
of
off,
premium.
like, we only cover 6 months, and you
Okay.
can't shoot it
So
over
I'm
too
going to
high.
go back to what Bill said in the earlier, now we're getting...
Now we're getting employee discussion.
Employee discussion. So can you just go now, and we'll take this up
No, I
after
get
the
it.
land use or
I
whatever?
just- it hasn't-
Because we said 8:30.
It's just that the number hadn't come out, and that's a significant number.
Right, okay. So now, can you put in the discussion of the $200,000 for the,
Right, so do you want me to leave the healthcare employee benefit where it is?
yeah,
Because you're just looking for the change in percent?
right.
Okay.
I mean, if you did your first one that showed 6% or whatever, right? And 7.5.
Oh, yeah.
It will then show the 3.3, and it will show an increase
Yeah.
to whatever, and then we can just go down and say, okay, well, if we went to here, 2.9, and we have an average of.
So do you want me to change it back to that
Go
3%?
go to the 3, yeah, go back to the 6% and the 7.5.
Yeah.
What you call landing in January,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
With the silver, whatever.
Yep. Let me change a couple
I
things.
understand why we said 50,000 off the top when we were having these budget discussions
Yep.
2 months ago. It's very complicated.
Actually, I felt like 50,000 was a really easily achieved number. The question was, why aren't we digging for more?
Yeah. Well,
4, 6, 1, 2, 3. So we're resetting to where we were at the beginning, and we are going to go to put 200,000 in other expenses, which is going to basically raise it by about 4%. Oh, no. Let's get back. Other expenses.
Just remember, you're being picked up by the,
Oh, that's okay.
okay.
He's talking about the taxes, Jim.
Don't
That's what we're
worry about the
talking about.
spelling.
Oh, we're not worried
I'm
about
talking about
spelling.
the appraisals.
Budget 2, so this will be 2. Okay, 200,000. Hold on. I don't think that added it incorrectly. Oh, it did. Okay.
You guys got lucky, no plowing this weekend with the storm?
I'm not working right now, but yeah.
I went down to Long Island, and I thought I was gonna come up in a heavy wet snow yesterday.
I mean, they were calling for 4 to 7. Didn't get anything,
All
really.
rain. All rain.
Let me make sure that it showed
Didn't even really
correctly.
do much
Yeah, I
much
think
rain
we're
here
there.
either, it was just a little bit.
So I'll make sure it shows up in here. Yep, 200, so it is.
Oh, you know we'll get some before it's all said.
So that raises it to 7%.
So just...
So it's 4%.
Right, so
Yeah.
the increase with doing the changes, the loans or whatever, solar panels and everything, and then with the rate, with the healthcare going to what Patrick first was doing, going to 6% and 7.5% starting January, okay, is bringing us to I'm going to call it a 7% increase, which is better than the 13 or whatever, so that's that there. So we've got 11 minutes till we're going to open up the hearing, because we promised them at 8:30. So are there any other questions here before I go to the audience?
but then we still have to bond the other things.
no, we have to bond, yeah, that's in there, that's what I said.
That's
The other thing-
included, right?
No, that's not included in that number.
Oh, no,
No, that is.
The bond, that's included, the bonds?
that is less FEMA, less solar.
I know, that's less FEMA, less so. I'm saying when we go to the voters, we
That
have
is
to
assuming they
add
approve.
FEMA and add solar.
So we don't need, I
We are, but
believe, and
that's
we're
a 7%
checking with the bank lawyers, we don't need to bring the FEMA back to the voters because we had an article that passed on it already, but the solar panels would
We
need
never
to
did.
come.
We
Right,
never
'cause
did.
They were never,
And I could tell the public, and Chris Carr and I had this conversation.
I think that's
in
gonna
2022 or 2023, saying, we're gonna have to put it up for a vote, and then all of a sudden it went away.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to put it up for a vote, and what if the voters say no? The voters have to, they're there, okay? They're there. So that's including us getting a bond for solar and for, and the total is a 7% increase, with those two bonds approved.
Okay,
if we didn't get the solar, it'd be at 11%.
but we're telling the voters that it's going to be this budget, plus we're going to have to do a bond for this and a bond for that.
Right. They
Okay,
have to be,
Voting on that?
they have to be contingent, and it would be voted on.
Not the FEMA one, though, right?
The FEMA one wouldn't have to be voted on.
But only the solar
Solar
would have to
panel.
be.
So the voters could have a choice of not bonding the solar panels or paying it all at once.
Correct.
Which way do you think they're gonna go?
Which would be another 4%.
It'd be another,
Another
it would get you right back.
Actually, a
Get
little
you right
more.
back to where
Maybe
we were.
maybe closer to 5.
It'll be 4.
Be another 4%, another 200,000.
Yeah, okay, so, all right. So,
I just want to make sure that we're telling the voters exactly what it's going to cost them.
Yeah.
Okay, and
The-
you can break the money out of the budget and put it in a bond. At the end of the day, it's still how much money are the
well, at
voters.
the end of the day, if the voters approve the solar and the FEMA, it's a 7% increase. If the voters don't approve the solar, because you're saying the FEMA can automatically be done into the
The FEMA should be
budget.
able to automatically be done.
Done. So the solar is standing out there.
And that's again, the bank lawyers going through the FEMA, they believe they can reissue that,
Right.
but we don't have a final
Jim,
definite
it's a
yet.
7% increase with a liability of a bond for the next following years.
Correct.
Okay, so it's a 7% increase plus, okay,
Right.
however you cut it. Okay, now if they don't approve it, okay, if they don't approve the bond, then basically we have to go back and add it into a budget somewhere, which I think none of us really wanted. We would rather pay it over time if we could.
Or it hits the cash flow.
Or it's the cash flow, right, whatever.
What I'm hearing from Patrick is he's getting wording from legal, or the bond.
The solar panel, the bank's like, yeah, we can do that.
Well, we're also then gonna get.
The FEMA, they believe they can, they're just double checking with their legal because they started the process last.
What is our group saying that if we were going to put, is our legal or our bond bank telling us we have to put it up for a vote?
No.
Or no? They're just
For the
telling us-
FEMA?
For the FEMA. For the solar panels, what are they telling us?
So for the solar panels, they're saying, you need to put it up for a vote.
Okay, we need to put it up for a vote, okay? And if the voters vote no,
Then you include it into a budget or you take it as a hit to your cash flow.
right.
It has to be paid out of one of the 3 ways, either
Right, and
bond and paid over
And
time,
there's
tax
no-
all at once,
And there's no
or
way
cash
of
flow.
returning the solar panels.
We cannot
from
return them.
2022.
No,
So-
it's out of the return period.
That's what I'm
That was supposed to be
getting
within the first 30 days.
at. Right, which Chris and I brought up, like, when we're all of a sudden it was whatever. It was past the 30 days because it was
Yeah.
a bill.
Now, maybe you can sell them to somebody.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get, you're not gonna get
Yeah.
204,000.
100,000 for one of them.
Yeah, yeah. So what I'm getting at is that we're gonna have to put this budget together and explain,
Yep.
okay? We're asking for a yes on how many years are these bonds?
For the solar one, we're looking at a 5-year one because it's 200,000.
And on the FEMA,
FEMA would be the same because it's about the same.
5-year.
If you did a 5-year bond, would that have like 40,000 in this budget, or would it be in the next 5 years?
That's a good,
It's going to depend on how they ask for the repayment, but most likely what we would do is we'd push it out to the next one.
Okay.
And even if we paid a first premium, that would then be subsidized into each of the payments.
Okay.
But in your calculation of 6.9% or 7, right? You're saying we're making a payment in this current,
no.
this out further.
Yep.
So we're not paying anything on these,
On this budget.
on this budget, like the school that I had mentioned.
Well, on the next, though.
Yeah, we will on the max, and then we'll have to work on the next budget and go from there. So I'm going to cut our conversation, I'm going to look out to the audience that's here. Does anybody have a question on this? Go ahead, George.
I don't like the idea of pushing to the next budget, because we've also been at meetings saying there's $400,000 or $500,000 that's going to already shortfall on that budget. So now you're banging another, let's just shift it over to the next budget. So I pay taxes, I don't like paying interest on my taxes, and that's what you guys are doing. So you're costing us more money by your mistakes. I can't say it any other way.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the audience?
One more question, Jim.
Well, my only comment is, and it goes all the way back to 2022, I always thought that there was all kinds of federal and state programs that they were giving you that equipment with the stipulation that they could then borrow some electric at night. I don't know why we didn't get it for free versus having to pay $208,000.
And I can
That's
tell
what
you-
baffles my mind.
I can tell you that the board at the time approved the solar panels that are on top of this roof, and we approved the solar panels on top of a highway, and we get a percentage off, we lease the area for a percentage off of our electric bill, and it's Sun Power or somebody that gives us a discount.
Solar panel, maybe? Yeah.
Whatever it's called, okay?
They get our discount.
They get our discount, but we get a discount on
We
our
keep a
tax rate.
portion of it.
Right, well, we get a discount on ours. So then, all of a sudden, these other solar panels pop up in front of the library and the town hall on River Road, and the board were like, where did these things come from? We get a bill, it's past the 30 days, it's past everything, okay?
Right.
You can go to the minutes. I don't know why, Rob.
Right, no, it's okay at this point, but it goes back to what I said to Bill about, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
What happened? Why did it happen? What could have been done to prevent it from happening? And what will we be doing for the rest of our lives to ensure that that never happens again? And I could probably rattle off 10 things in the last year that I've learned that has happened in the town that makes me feel like sometimes we've got the gang that couldn't shoot straight. And I know, Bill, you're a big believer in truing up. We got to get it right. Finance is black and white. It's management. So
Right. and
we're
when a-
going to move forward.
And when a board of 5 now sits here and asks questions like a board of 3 did back then,
Yep.
we were told, oh, I made a mistake. I thought I could put it in the highway department. That's where it ended. That's what that manager said, okay?
Okay.
And the board said you couldn't do that. And here we are. And then it was, all of a sudden, it was an, I don't know, you said it was in a sub of something that the board would never be able to see. So how do you stop?
So when we found
How do
the-
you stop an Enron thing where people hide things off away from the board?
But that's where
You need to trust your management.
we just have to agree that we've had management churn, and the management processes of the town are discombobulated, and we got to get through stuff like this and work on our management practices.
That was a management
Yeah.
that was here for a few years at
Yes.
that point.
Okay.
It was here for a few years. What we need to do is make sure that we have no, and I don't know how anybody finds something that was in a sub, another maybe, I don't know, forensic audit? I don't know. I mean, sometimes things are hidden from boards.
That's why in our audit that just finished up, that's how we identified some of these, because we said to them, hey, can you give us the deep dive? Can you look at all of our accounts? And that's why we're able to identify
Some of
these
those other
other
items.
accounts that hadn't been on, like Fund 215.
okay.
So we got like 1 minute here, and I see Ron Kish.
I want one comment, too.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, with the increase, I don't collect health insurance, so this doesn't affect me personally, but it seems like, I know you're not making any decisions, but it seems like it could potentially cause a lot of pain to a lot of people in town to save 0.5% of tax. So I just hope the select board would be mindful of that. And I think we're also learning that when you chase people away and you have to replace them, it costs more money. So let's try to take, and again, it doesn't affect me personally, I don't get health insurance from the town, but let's try to take the long view and not, I understand budget concerns, but let's invest in our employees and take the long view. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I would encourage employees to also invest in the town by looking at their processes, what they do, how they do, when they do, and why they do, and try to determine if there's any cost savings that they can generate within their internal departments that we can all benefit from as well.
That's fine.
Yep.
You also have to remember, we've been through a lot of turmoil. We had a town manager pass away on us. Everybody stepped up and worked extra hard to make certain that everything continued without a beat.
I didn't, I took a cut. But anyway,
I just have a super quick question. When are we going to see the audit from the other thing?
we don't know, we're going to get into that later.
Okay.
But I just want to remember too that the voters are our bosses. He is our bosses, and this board tells him what to do, okay? And the taxpayers tell us what to do. And I've heard from a lot of taxpayers saying that 3% is too low. And this is why I pushed for 10, 15, 20, okay, to see what the difference is. I can tell you of just being accepted onto Medicare, Medicaid for 65 years old, I'm going to pay just for a single person $210.90, I think it is, just for B, and then I've got another, plus I got like another $200 that's gonna come to me for my deductible part, so $400 for a single retiree, and when my spouse reaches that, we'll be paying $800 for a couple. I'm not suggesting the 20%. I wanted to see numbers to come, all right? And in the beginning, I'm sorry that I got on your case for saying this is what we asked for. We didn't ask you for the 6 or the 6 to go to 7.5. But once you get through things, thank you for doing it, and thank you for taking the beating up at the beginning, okay? I think somebody else said when you can man up or whatever. But we're looking for numbers to go from there, okay? So Ron Kish, you have your hand up.
I will keep it quick. My only piece, because unfortunately I don't get to vote, but I am a taxpayer. The town voted to put the $200,000 into the budget. Put it in the budget now.
We did.
Include it, do it now. If it's not used, it's not used, great. Maybe we'll actually see a tax decrease next year, but the voters voted for it. Put the $200,000 for the audit in now. That's what everybody voted for.
Thank you.
Like I said, the rest of us taxpayers who aren't residents, we don't get to vote, so we don't get a say. But please, just do it and be done with this already, please.
Thank you.
That is all I had to say.
Okay, so now we're gonna go back to the original agenda.
Zoning.
Zoning. Can we, at 8:33, get a motion to reopen the continuation of the subdivision land regulations?
So moved. Second.
Okay.
Are you a member? You have share?
Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna wait 2 minutes for these guys to,
You should get some second homeowner stickers that just say taxation without representation.
well, that was their choice. And that's not a hit at you, Ron, because I own properties in other places too that I don't get a say. So I agree with you, but that's what we bought into, Ron.
Agreed.
How you doing? one.
Yeah, I think I want to start.
I mean, it's the problem. On the one hand, we're trying to protect taxpayers and keep the tax rates low. At the other hand, we got employees we got to manage, and so
You gotta find that-
we're
find that
squeezed in the
balancing.
middle, but that's the role we chose to take.
Yep.
Okay, so we have to figure out how to manage it.
Find the balance
Yeah,
point,
that's
find the
the role we
long-term
have.
goal.
Yeah.
I've got a 22-year-old daughter that for her health, whatever, because I don't have now, whatever, she's going to be paying $300 a month.
Easily, yeah.
Okay? With a large deductible.
So, since we're kind of on a break, I just wanted to mention, one of the things that we've done in other places that I've worked, in order to make sure that that step-up plan actually happens, is to put it into the personnel policy.
Yeah, and that doesn't really work too, because you get a new board and they can change the personnel policy at any given time.
Well, that's up to the board, I guess.
So,
but-
yeah, it is. It is up to the board. So,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's up to that board to make that decision.
right.
But if you put it in the personnel policy, then the idea of it being there, it's
Persists.
communicated regardless who the management is.
And they get to say, oh, it's not us, we're just following the plan.
I mean, this board could take the easy way out and just say,
Vote.
put on a budget, put on the ballot, shall the town employees pay X? Shall the town employee, I don't know.
No.
But we're trying to work it here so it works with the budget for us to put. And I'm tired of hearing that maybe this board is going against the employees, but we're here for the taxpayers and the employees, and we have to come to a medium to find out, and we do have to take into consideration if there is a churn like Lisa's talking about, okay? But we'll have that conversation later. But we opened up the hearing again, so let's go for it.
We're continuing our discussion of bylaw amendments, as well as a map amendment. I don't want us to lose sight that we do have a small map amendment. I have no further presentation. I think we've been going through this for multiple meetings. So I think at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'll put it up to the select board. We did have the opportunity Will and I met with John and Vito, and we spent about 90 minutes going through the bylaws with them, so I think they are up to speed, I hope. And so at this point, I'm just gonna open it up to questions from the board, and I guess any members of the public, since this is a public hearing.
So I'm going to go, the first thing I see is page 8, and this is not me, Lisa, this is just the first change that I see, somewhere on page 8, underneath land development, and in the red underneath, it says, use value appraisal program, or by the Vermont Department of Forest, Parks, and Recreations, or the removal of trees solely within the approved driveway boundaries outlined in a highway access permit. I think that's an easy boom, that's a change. I would say accept that, because if I'm reading it correctly, Lisa, it's saying that you can take the trees down within the 20 feet because of the driveway. That's what I've got there.
Correct. And that, I believe that was the intent.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So then I've come to page 11. No, we go past that, because there's no changes there. John, do you have anything so far before 17?
No, I mostly focused on the new regulations. That's what
Okay, Vito or John, anything up to? I'm just trying to go through and see if I see any reds in between.
Again, we could only change, we can only
Talk about.
talk about items that were in the warned public hearing.
Right,
So
well, that one there on page
Article
whatever.
3 was not part of the warned public hearing. so. I think the next page, because I have them flagged, is actually 87.
I was going to say, the next red line comes up on 87.
Thank you.
Because I have them flagged, so.
87 is zoning for boundary adjustments or lot lines. Looks like a bit was crossed out in red, and then the basis is an item number 3. In addition to conforming with the requirements set forth above, boundary adjustments or lot line adjustments, each must, A, result in the creation of a lot that meets or exceeds the minimum lot size for the zoning district in which the land is located, B, not result in the creation of a lot that does not have frontage on a public road or obstructed access to a public road by permanent easement or right-of-way. And just to give an example of that, guys, Base Camp Outfitters, the first road is at East Mountain Road, okay? But there is a permanent, and it was a drawn-up agreement with Bear Mountain Road to get down to the public road. So as long as you have some kind of easement or agreement to get down there, then you have it's not an obstructed accessory to it. So, no lot, not result in the creation of a lot that cannot be reasonably be improved in compliance with the dimensional requirements applicable to the lot. I'm guessing that has to do with the zone and what the amount of acreage you need to. So, not result in the creation of a lot that requires or is likely to require for access to the lot or to any structures that may be constructed on the lot, the construction of any proposed roads or driveways with greater slopes than 15% at any point. So greater than 15% for boundary line is not acceptable?
Well, it means it wouldn't be a boundary or lot line adjustment. It would then move into the subdivision. Okay? That's what this is saying. Saying that, and, you know, a change of a lot line is a boundary adjustment, and that just requires, you know, the zoning administrator to issue a permit, provided that, but it, you know, if it doesn't have access, it's not a boundary adjustment. If you're creating non-conforming lots, it can't be a boundary adjustment. If you're creating a lot that has a driveway or road with slopes greater than 15%, it's not a boundary lot adjustment.
Well, that's if it's creating a new road.
Correct. Has nothing to do with existing.
If there's an existing driveway,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Correct.
So I think later on we go into where we talk about 15%. So any questions on that?
So if someone has two adjacent lots, one doesn't conform, the other one is larger than required to conform, and they want to get the second one to conform by making a lot line adjustment, you're saying the grade of the driveway cannot exceed 15% at its access point?
Mm-hmm. Well, it can, but it becomes a subdivision and not a boundary lot adjustment. A new driveway, not an existing driveway, but if you're going to put in a driveway.
Right. So, but if there are two legally existing lots already, but need to be adjusted for conformance?
No, let's stop. If, let's say you're in an R3 district, John, for 3 acres, and there are many of these lots that were created over in R3s that, let's say, are 1.5 acres or 2 acres. Once that lot is created, it's already created. So even though it's in an R3 district afterwards, the zoning administrator cannot say, I cannot give you a permit because you're not 3 acres. The lot was created before the 3-acre rule was put in place. So the only reason then you would be moving the lot line over is because someone may want to buy something from you or you want to increase it. That lot, both those lots, let's say one was 4 and one was 2.5, both lots, if they're already subdivided, are already approved for building, no matter what the grade of the driveway is.
So you're saying this is all just for new?
So this is saying that now if the 2-acre lot Someone says, I'll buy that 2-acre lot from you, but I want to go to 2.5 or 3 acres, so I want to take a ½ acre away from your 4 or an acre away from your 4, and then I'll buy it from you, John. Well, now, what this rule is saying is that now you're doing a boundary line adjustment, and since it's going to create greater than 15%, you would need to go to subdivision.
But yet,
It could be a minor because it's only one.
right, but yet, if you were to simply buy the lot as is. and it was
2.5
15
acres.
And it was a 15.
If it was
15%.
30% right now,
Right.
Yeah.
you're building on it.
We have no regulations on single-family homes, so.
Right, you're building on it,
Something we could do about it.
okay? I don't really have an issue with this one,
Yeah, I struggle with that a little bit.
you know, so let's just put a check mark next to that for you, John. All right, so, well,
mean, I
because while we're
really-
going through this, he could be thinking about it, Lisa.
I mean, I think that, some of these, if, when we start to have it happen, if, the zoning administrator says, this is really awkward and it's not working, I think then you revisit it. But I think for now, it makes
Yeah, and
sense.
then a year and a half later, the person's waiting. I mean, this is taking a year and a half to get here today,
Yeah.
so,
But we make small adjustments pretty quickly.
So I have a question about this. I thought we were dealing strictly with subdivision regulations, but we can make changes to the rest of the...
no, because this is part, the boundary adjustment is part of the subdivision.
It relates to
So it could
subdivisions.
possibly create a subdivision issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the first thing we had talked about? Is that...
Yeah.
That was a red line, but there was some other little
That was something the
things.
planning commission raised, and so it was.
I just want to be clear on
It was-
how this process
That's
works.
why I jumped through all the definitions.
It was
and all that.
warned as part of the public hearing.
Yeah,
Just want to be clear on how things work.
yeah. So, we'll come back to that, John.
Yeah, I think so.
So now, like you had said, Lisa, it's not just red line stuff, because in subdivision, so I'm on section 640. John, do you have anything on page 88?
I have no red mark.
It doesn't matter, red line, do you have any? So that's the thing, if you remember, this is subdivision, okay?
Everything is new.
Everything is new in subdivision, Lisa had said that. So,
Right, but
just because the red line,
for me-
this section is red line. This is not red line, but this is new. And you can ask questions, Bill and Ricky, too.
Yeah, the red line was just stuff we'd asked questions on previously.
You said page 88, correct?
Page 88.
So I was of the
This is new?
understanding that 98 was the starting point of the new content unless it was red line.
No, because this is all about subdivision. It started at section 615.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, because when I took the time to review it, I based it on what I was told, which was
Yeah.
98.
The whole
document. 98 forward minus anything that was a directive from 98, which would be the red line material. So that's how I understood it to be.
So what is, Jim, what do you comment?
Section 640, certificate of occupancy or use, which is part of subdivision later on, because it tells you to come back to these sections.
Okay, but we didn't make any changes to it, so there was nothing redlined in this section.
There's nothing redlined in it,
Okay.
but if you go, all right,
Okay, so
I'll wait till we go later on, that when I get into the subdivision, it tells me to come back to like section 500, 505,
Right.
550, 640. So it tells me to come back to these things here. So I would think that is part of subdivision then, when it tells you to come back to it.
Can I get a point of clarification just to understand whether that's, I mean, because I would have looked back at some of these.
I don't believe so, that just because you're referring to a prior section in the bylaw, we're not amending that section. So it's just referring to, certificate of occupancy as stated in section 640, but we didn't make any changes to 640, and we didn't warn 640. When you look at the warned hearing, it lists all the sections in the bylaw that are part of a hearing, okay? If you want to pull up the original...
That's fine, I just,
We can pull up the original public hearing notice, and we can list all the sections.
I just was not
Okay, so
referring
let's,
back, that's all.
we'll go with this, and we'll start at page 98. But I technically believe that if in subdivision regulations tells me to go to a previous page, then it says must follow that page, then I should be legally going back to that page. That's my interpretation, and so
I don't
by
agree.
saying I'm only...
not an attorney, though, so...
Yeah, but I'm saying, you're not an attorney, but then I'm the zoning administrator, and for me, I'd have to go, and I have to interpret this, I have to go back to the previous pages to understand the whole subdivision regulation changes. But we'll go to page 98.
Okay, but also, just to add to your point, from my perspective, I would like clarification so that if I am to refer back, or have the ability to refer backwards, I may choose to want to do so. That's the only reservation.
So we're on page 98, Article 11, subdivision review. There's nothing redlined here, but it's open for discussion.
Everything from 98 down is all red line because it's all new. So the red line that you see in...
Well, we don't have red line.
Yeah, no, but all of the red line that's in the subdivision article,
Right.
that's all of the changes that we made at the request. Yeah, thus far from input from the board.
Right, okay.
So, page 98, is there anything here from...
No, the first change is
I
going to
read
be
it at
on...
home. I forgot to bring mine with me, but no, I didn't find anything when I looked
Okay.
it over at home.
Bill, do you
so
have
I'm
anything
good.
on page 98? Nope. Vito, do you have anything on 98? John, do you have anything on 98?
I have a highlight. Let me just recollect the following specifically exempted. Boundary line adjustments. Okay, so we say here that boundary line, things that are specific.
Can you read where?
So under 1100,
Okay.
the following are specifically exempted.
Correct.
Boundary adjustments or lot line adjustments that are subject to review under 615 are exempted. But we have a case that we just talked about,
Right, and in the boundary line adjustment, they're saying that those things do not meet the definition of a boundary line adjustment.
But this is where I was coming from. In the new verbiage, it's a whole new section here, and it's saying boundary adjustments of a lot line adjustments that are subject to review under section 615.
Right, but we warned 615 when we warned the public hearing as a section of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so if I go back now to what page is 615 on?
That's the boundary line adjustment.
which was like...
I'm asking the page.
87.
That was the one that talked...
And that was one there. Okay, fine. All right. Do you have anything else there, John?
No, but because I questioned that, I questioned...
Yeah, okay, so at least on that one there, they went back and you could see it's there.
Correct.
You know, I've got on so the first article or whatever, forget about the bullet points. So the first bullet point is creation of a lot of land. That's obviously what a subdivision review is. Then it goes on to the sale or conveyance of any subdivided portion of a property. In addition, a lease of land shall be considered a conveyance of property under this Article 11 if transfer tax is due pursuant to in connection with such lease. And I'm only asking this is because I've got something that just came in front of me that one company on, I'll call it Road X, and has 3 extra acres, and they're saying, I would like to lease, but it's not, they're leasing and it's just in their deed. They're not, a lease is not a sale of property.
Unless it meets the definition, I guess, that requires a transfer tax.
Okay.
So if it doesn't require a transfer tax, then
Right.
it's not considered a lease. But I guess if you have in certain circumstances, like a 99-year lease might require a transfer tax. Right, so I think that's where...
Well, I would, I guess at this point, to me, it's just like, so if there's a development that's going on, and there has been PUDs or whatever in the town of Killington,
Yeah.
okay? There has been one already that I know of, and they didn't want to subdivide the land because of the capital land gains tax, so they did a 99-year lease on the project. So that instance there was greater than the 9 lots anyway, but if it's 9 lots,
So I would have to refer back to what 32 VSA,
okay.
909601.
Okay, so that's
In this case,
my-
I trust my attorney, but if,
Okay.
you could ask him to clarify.
Okay. Is there anything else on 98, guys?
I just came across something, and I don't know if it's crazy or not. So, the bottom middle of the first paragraph says, "Applications for subdivision approval and for the issuance of zoning permits may be made and administered concurrently." Okay? And then,
I'm sorry, where are you referring to?
like, just below the midpoint of the first paragraph,
Next to PUD?
next to PUD.
Okay.
It says applications for subdivision
Okay,
approval
yeah.
and for the issuance of zoning permits may be made and administered concurrently. And I guess later on in this document, it says in order to get a zoning permit, one must already have a subdivision permit. That's later on.
It's not what I was looking at, but what I was looking at in the bullet points down below, it says applying for a zoning permit for development of any lot to be subdivided. And, well, preceding that, in accordance with this Article 11, referred to herein as Article 11, oh God, in the Act, when any subdivision of land is proposed, the landowner or authorized agent applicant shall apply for and secure approval of such proposed subdivision in accordance with the procedures set forth in these regulations prior to applying for a zoning permit.
Right.
You know, so that doesn't seem consistent.
It's a little inconsistent.
Okay, so let's just mark that. '99. So I've got, and I think I thought we talked about this in the red line itself. So minor subdivisions, 5. Not result in the creation of a lot that cannot reasonably be improved, 6. Not result in the creation of a lot that requires or is likely to require for access to the lot, the construction of roads or driveways with slopes of 20% or greater. And then, sentence, the next red line, it says, for access to the lot or to any structures that may be constructed on the lot, the construction of roads or driveways with slopes greater than 15% but less than 20. But above that says driveways with slopes of 20%.
So, yeah, so the difference there is that if you're creating a lot where, you have a driveway that's the slope's going to be greater than 20%, it automatically becomes a major. If we're creating a lot where the slopes are greater than 15 but less than 20, it can still be considered a minor if you have, a report from a licensed engineer and sign off from the fire department. So that's the that's how we distinguish that.
But 6 says, this is minor subdivision shall include any subdivisions of land resulting in the creation, blah, 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 blah. And I come, not result in the creation of a lot that requires or is likely to require for access to the lot, the construction of roads or driveways with slopes of 20% or greater. So if someone was to come in with a 16% grade,
Then it could be a minor if they have the report from the engineer and sign off from the fire department.
then shouldn't all that be in 6?
Well, I don't think it matters if it's in 6 or
So then 7 is not result in the creation of a lot that requires or is likely to require for access to lot or to any structures that may be constructed on a lot, the construction of roads or driveways with slopes greater than 15 but less than 20. So I just know that if it's 16%, if I go on 6, and people don't keep on reading, I'm going to get these things coming in, or someone's going to, and it's going to be like, well, which one is it? Is it, it's not creating a lot at 16, it's not, the grade is not going to be 6, it's going to be 16%, But then later on, it says greater than 15, and 16 is greater,
Right.
but less than 20. At
Right.
any point, unless the applicant provides the administrative officer with a report. So I kind of think that not result in a creation of a lot that requires, or is likely to require for access to the lot, the construction of roads or driveways with slopes exceeding 15%? I think that's what you, I don't,
Well, they contradict, like a little
Well,
contradict.
we're saying between 15 and 20%. It could still be a minor if you have the report from the engineer and you have the sign-off from the fire department. But once it's 20 or greater, it automatically becomes a major, I'm sorry. So that's what we're saying. If you guys want to just make it 15 or greater to make it easier, that's okay.
I'm just trying to get it so that somebody, and believe me, I get people that read 3 sentences and then they come in, right, Will? And then they come in with a permit. And they go, but it said this. So I get what you're saying, and I understand that 15% is kind of a steep grade. I get it. So I would just like to see it that not result in creation of a lot that requires or is likely required for access to the lot. The constructions of roads or driveways with slopes greater than 15% at any point unless, acceptable at any point unless the applicant provides the administrator or officer with a report from, I don't know, what a Vermont licensed civil engineer is going to demonstrate the safety of such roads or driveways. I mean, how much money you have in your pocket, and I know I'm being recorded, but that's what it comes down to. You know, so with the prior written approval of the fire department, including written confirmation from the fire department of his ability to use and access the roads. I'm just trying to make it a little more
So we
clear.
could take out 5 and just make 6 greater than 15%.
And I guess that's what I'm, slopes greater than 15%, but less than 20.
No, get rid of the less than 20, just make it greater than 15%, that's what
Okay.
we're saying.
No, because then you're changing it, because now someone could come in with a 30% grade,
Right.
as long as they get
Right, that's-
something written off.
So, yeah, exactly, so that's how we worded it, so I guess I'm not clear how you want to make it change.
No, because it's saying but less than 20%.
Right,
So at no point are we accepting any driveways or roads in new subdivisions that are 20.1%.
well, they become major. We're not saying we're not accepting them, we're saying they're not minor, they're major. So if I have a 3-lot subdivision, which would normally be a minor, but I'm proposing roads that have slopes of 22%, they become major, so that would be subject to the DRB, end up going to the DRB. That's what this is saying. I'm not advocating one way or the other, I'm just explaining what this is saying.
So then where does it, so this is for minor subdivision.
Right.
So where does it say in here, if greater than 20%, you should be looking at a major to get your 35%?
Just
whatever.
because it's exempting it. Okay, it says not result in, so that means it's not a minor, it then becomes a major.
Yeah, the last sentence says that, Jim, I believe.
For the DRB, okay.
Yeah, the last sentence in that.
So long as proposed minor subdivision conforms to the requirements set forth above, an application therefore shall be issued, an administrative permit, whatever.
That the proposed application conforms to the requirements set forth.
That the administrator may refer applications to the DRB for major subdivision review if he or she concludes that he or she is unable to clearly determine whether the proposed application conforms to the requirements set above. I mean, that's not just on the, I mean, that's on everything above, not just the, like it's, I don't know if it's, you know, I don't clearly determine that this is. I thought we were at a point, Bill, that we were, and Ricky, that we were saying that we weren't taking roads above 20%, that's all. I thought we got to that point.
Yeah, without review, yeah, I think we did, which is, I think, what this is trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought we weren't accepting them at all.
No, I don't think we ever.
Okay.
I don't think, I don't
Okay.
remember that black and white.
All right, anything else on that page?
Yeah, on that last sentence, where it says, if he or she concludes that he or she, wordiness, verbosity is one of my pet peeves. I would say something like, if said officer is unable to clearly determine. That's all.
Okay.
I like that, Vito.
You got that, Will? Okay.
Just going to say, if the AO is unable
Even better.
to clearly determine.
Vito, I'm going to send you stuff to edit for me.
And if you're going to do that change to that last sentence, do you want to add, set forth above for minor subdivisions to meet Jim's prior comment?
I would put Jim's prior comment.
No, because it says they may not.
You know what I mean. Nice guy.
He's the one that wants to get, he wants to be,
Review if the CEO is unable to clearly determine. I don't think you need to add that.
Well, no, but the requirements set forth above, does that mean everything prior to that in this whole document, or is it just the paragraph for minor subdivisions?
Specific to item 6.
That's
Right.
understood
I
to
would
be in
think
the
it's-
paragraph, typically. Not the
Well, I just
entire
want to make sure.
document.
yeah, I'm good.
If you hold-
Brought it up.
If you hold the document upside down, it doesn't apply then.
That's true.
Yeah.
We're moving on to page 100.
So did we decide we were going to shorten some of this certificate of subdivision compliance in that second to last paragraph? And we're going to condense that stuff?
Yeah, we can shorten it to like either just certificate
CS,
or just like
or something.
CS, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start off with administrative officer review. Second sentence, the administrative officer will not take action on an application deemed incomplete. You have to take it, and will notify the applicant of what materials are. So that is the action. That's all.
Right.
The administrative officer will take action or will deem an application incomplete and will notify. Will not take action. Because you're taking action by saying
In
it's,
zoning, that's the word that's typically used.
the administrator will
Right, no, will not
deem
take action. will
deem
not
the
make a
application
determination.
incomplete and will notify the applicant of what materials are necessary. Instead of the administrative officer will not take action.
What do you want to say, Jim?
It says in the second
Yeah, I know what it
sentence,
says. What do you want to say?
the administrative office will deem complete or incomplete and will notify
Okay.
the applicant of approval or what materials are necessary for a complete application.
Or it could just say a determination of completeness.
Yeah, that's fine. Because either way, you're taking action. You're either telling the person the clock is not stopping for the 30 days because it's not complete.
In the certificate of subdivision compliance. A certificate of subdivision compliance shall be obtained from the administrative officer to ensure that required infrastructure improvements have been installed in accordance with the conditions of subdivision approval. The satisfactory completion of any infrastructure improvements shall be determined by the administrative officer, who may condition the issuance of a certificate of subdivision compliance on receipt of a certification from a civil engineer or land surveyor of record. Something bothers me there. Shall be obtained from the administrator to ensure required infrastructure have been installed in accordance with the condition of subdivision approval. I would almost have that go right to getting a certification from a civil engineer instead of going through all this other stuff. So it would read something like, a certificate of subdivision compliance shall be obtained from the administrative officer to ensure certified,
So where I have issue with that one, Vito, is that an application for a certificate of subdivision compliance shall be submitted to the administrative officer. A certification from the civil engineer or record stating that they have inspected the completed project and that required infrastructure improvements were constructed in compliance with the condition and requirements of the approval, and 2, as-built plans. But then when I go to page 101, the required application information, letter G, a completed application for an access/driveway permit. Are we talking about to the main road or to each one of the subdivided lots? A completed application for an access, so that's to the main road/driveway permit, together with payment of the applicable. So if somebody's coming in for a 20-lot, 30-lot subdivision, and nobody really knows until the person that buys the lot where they want to put their driveway, right, Will? They come in. So I just, that's where, like, I go back and forth, and, you know, I'm looking at G and saying, well, somebody's now all of a sudden going to have to, they're going to go out and get driveway permits approved for where nobody knows where the house is going to be?
Yeah.
And then spend, how much is a driveway permit, Will?
It's $125 plus $15 for each page.
Yeah, so 135 times whatever, a 20-lot subdivision, and then putting in where the driveway is going to be, and then somebody else comes in later. And,
I would agree. I think we could just take G out.
Take G out of there. So. I mean, I know later on I'm going to come back because letter D is talked about later on about waiver request. Everything else, to me, yeah, completed town of Killington application form and checklist, application fee for the subdivision, written description of proposed development plans, including number and size of lots, yeah, that's the whole idea of a subdivision, and the anticipated schedule of development. Development of what? The subdivision or of buildings, of zoning permits? Nobody knows. You can get a 20-lot subdivision and you may not sell property for 15, 20 years.
Correct.
So when it says written description and size of lots and the anticipated schedule of development.
Well, you know the number and size of lots, okay?
Right, yeah, you know, I know that, and I agree with that.
Plans, I would just say if any, or if known.
Well, wouldn't that just fall underneath the zoning permit anyway? So the required application is written description of proposed development plans. The development plans is for the subdivision, proposed subdivision, including number and size of lots, but I would think that's already in. So if we want to change schedule of development, I just need to know schedule of what development? The subdivision or the final zoning permits?
Well, I think if somebody's doing both simultaneously, if they're doing a subdivision and a development, that's why I would put in if known, or if, you know, if any development is proposed, because then we did talk about it gets processed simultaneously.
And I'm just getting like, if someone's going to subdivide, there is going to be future development.
Right.
So, but if known, you know, I mean.
That's pretty, it's planned, that's subjective.
Well, it's supposed to be planned too. Why are you subdividing?
That's the same thing.
I'm just saying, taking out the development part.
I think it depends if, you know, somebody's just coming in to develop lots, or whether they're coming in to do lots and a development.
Or schedule by phase if applicable?
Yeah, I think this is if applicable.
Because
it
you
makes
have
sense.
multiple phases in the development of a project, you know, starting at subdivision, moving into physical construction of roads and then moving into construction of homes or condominiums or whatever you have to do.
Well, the roads are part of the subdivision.
Right.
Are those clearly phased out? Like, is it defined?
What I'm getting at is the roads, the
I mean, I think,
stormwater
it's
and
like
all that, it shouldn't even be in
somebody's
there.
going to create 10 lots, end of story, or somebody's going to create 10 lots and build 10 houses. I mean, I think that's the difference that, you would put in there. If your plan is to build, houses as part of the development, but if the plan is just to sell lots, then that's the plan.
And then just underneath section 1310 in the red, once again, this is where it says major subdivisions that are also subject to site plan and/or PUD review under section 510 of the land development regulations shall be reviewed concurrently by the DRB. But I'm being told, even though it says section 510, I can't look back there, but it refers me back there, and that's where I
don't think
go
we're
back and
going,
forth.
yeah, because we've never warned 510, which goes into.
Well, you kind of are. You're kind of saying review under section 510 underneath section 1130.
Yeah, I don't think that opens the door to reviewing 510.
I would have to disagree, but...
Well, if you're trying to apply 510 to this regulation, they coalesce.
No, what we're saying in this regulation is that if you're coming in with a subdivision and site plan review or PUD, it can be reviewed concurrently by the DRB, so that you are not making somebody go in for subdivision and then come back for site plan review.
But the site plan review is of the subdivision, it's not of the zoning permits.
Excuse me, Jim?
The site plan is in the subdivision. Someone's going to have to give you all of this, the topography, the road.
That's not a site plan. A site plan is a building plan. So if I'm going to do a subdivision, but I'm creating lots, but then I'm going to build, at the same time as creating the lots, I'm building a hotel, right? A hotel is subject to site plan review. What we're saying is that this could be done concurrently by the ZBA, the DRB. That's what this is saying.
But later on, it says that one cannot get a zoning permit unless subdivision is completed.
Right, well, they're not getting a zoning permit, they're going through the review process for site plan, PUD, and subdivision concurrently, so that instead of they going to the DRB and having to do 2 warned public hearings, it's a concurrent review, okay? That makes it a lot easier for an applicant that's doing that, okay?
I think it makes it a lot harder for an applicant because they're coming in first for a subdivision and,
Well, it's their choice. They could do a subdivision and then come back in later on for site plan, but if they want to expedite it and do all at once, then they could submit a subdivision and a site plan.
I guess what you're thinking more of a hotel or whatever, Lisa?
No, a commercial building, a multifamily structure, anything that's subject to site plan, which is anything but 1 or 2 family homes,
Okay.
right?
So we're crossing out the access driveway or whatever, G.
G. Oh, that's it.
Okay.
Do you need to plug it?
Probably in a minute.
It's in the cautionary.
So plat requirements for all subdivisions on page 102.
What? Just looking at the screen.
Somebody's on, I think Will's on the computer.
Is that Will? Is that Will? Okay, that's Will, okay.
Yeah, this is me.
Okay.
My computer's the lower bar. This one's
Okay.
me.
Okay. I'm just looking, just saying.
That's your time. Your ticking clock is the battery on the computer.
I was going to say, we'll go until my computer dies.
Are you close?
How close do you want it?
John, you doing this? Of course, we have to use-
No pressure.
No pressure, it's just a time clock.
P is still, to me, stormwater management plan, I believe, stamped by a state of Vermont licensed engineer, whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, just because it's stamped by a Vermont licensed engineer doesn't mean that it's accepted by the state of Vermont stormwater. It has to be approved by the state.
That's if they're getting a permit, okay? I think we've discussed this, and
Okay.
that was actually language you asked to be put in, but the difference is, we're requiring a stormwater management plan. You'll need a permit if you have the 1 acre rule, but you may only have a half an acre of impervious, but you still need, this requires a stormwater management plan. You may or you may not need a permit.
Yeah, and I think you might have just slipped it, but somebody with a half acre doesn't need to get a stormwater management plan on a, but it wouldn't be a half acre anyway because it's an acre.
But it's impervious, it's not this, so if you're doing a subdivision and you're creating lots, but you're not putting in an acre of impervious, you don't need a stormwater management
Right.
permit, but this is saying we'd still want a stormwater management plan.
Approximate locations of buildings. Once again, someone is just subdividing property,
Right, so if there are no buildings, then there are no buildings, it would be none,
then can we change the wording on?
sure.
Because you say sure, Lisa, but I sit with people like John at a DRB hearing and others, and they might just start saying, where are the buildings? It says appropriate
I
locations.
said, sure, we could change the
Yeah.
language, Jim, I'm not just
Okay.
saying, yeah, we could change the language. If any are proposed, how's that?
At the time of, any proposed at the time of subdivision?
What's that?
If any are proposed, that's on C, to complete
Yeah.
the sentence. If any are proposed at the time of subdivision, or known at the time of subdivision.
Get us something back.
So on N, I know we discussed this the other day, and I just can't remember where we ended up with this, but in N, the areas of steep slope to be noted. So my note here is, with the question mark, is to define the steep slope, or are we just talking, at what point does someone need to note the steep slope, I guess? Are we going to have a grade like we do for the driveways that we define as steep slope, or, which we were saying in the driveways start somewhere around 15 to 20%?
Yeah, but I get where you're coming from. Somebody could have
Well, no, that's what I'm saying.
100 acres, and then 20 acres of it might be straight down on Route 4.
Well, no, I understand that, but...
But you're not using it.
It wants to be noted.
but it wants to be
It's
noted.
Existing conditions, so, but like, at what
Yeah.
point are we requiring someone to note the fact that,
Yeah.
of steep slope, and what
Is
is...
there any requirement of a topographical map? It's easy for me to say.
Well, and if
There
there
is
is...
later on,
And if there
sure.
is, then
Says
that...
G, existing and proposed contours. So-
Right, so then that would be redundant, right? In N to have...
The steep slopes.
Because...
It would be shown on the contour maps.
Right, so it would be...
I just have a little, I don't know if it's relevant, but on additional plat requirements for major, on A, you list a bunch of stuff, local names, present widths of existing and proposed streets, highway intersections, easements, buildings, and walkways.
Where?
It's additional plat requirements, A.
No, I know.
But the only thing I would say, shouldn't right-of-ways be included in that? Because I know easements are, but easements and right-of-ways can be different.
I think it's covered, but I'm happy to add it in case, it's not covered.
And then additional plat D, connections with existing sanitary sewer systems or proposed alternatives. I mean, somebody, I guess if it's for someone that's going to be subdividing something and putting a house on it right away, they should have that in their zoning, but that falls, connections with existing sanitary sewer systems, that happens at the zoning permit area, not at the subdivision. Just like we have a sewer line that goes down Killington Road or whatever, and somebody can subdivide, or I think I gave you one today, Patrick, that...
The Alpine?
The Alpine over on Old Coach Road or whatever. It was subdivided, but it's, how long ago was that thing done? 25, 30 years ago? And now...
I'm just going to go back to state regulations, and it does, for subdivisions, standards for the design and layout of all public facilities. So, I don't know if that falls into...
But we spoke about this too, that somebody may not want to, somebody may be subdividing a lot that may not, fits the 1 acre, but it may not pass state of Vermont septic rules, but yet they still want to subdivide it because somebody else may have, the neighbor may have use for it or whatever.
We don't want to...
I just don't think there should be anything in there about connections with, because now all of us, this is just a subdivision, and Bill, I know you're quiet over here tonight, but what I'm getting at is that what we're trying to say is like, what is the cost to somebody on this? So it's like, now all of a sudden, you've got a 20-lot subdivision, and you're gonna have to show the connections to all the existing sanitary sewer systems, but you may just get something perked so you can sell it. So I've broken up 20 acres, and I've gotten 20 separate septic systems approvals, but I don't have the existing connection to it.
Well, that's if you're connecting to a sanitary sewer, so if you're connecting to the town's sewer, right? I mean, otherwise it would just be a septic, so there'd be no connection. But I guess it kind of gets the big question, I don't think you want to approve subdivisions and allow people to sell failed lots, right? I think you want to make certain that people are...
I don't know.
And I mean, it's not my question.
If it's in an R1 district, and there's an acre, and somebody wants to buy an acre that's failed, I don't know, or somebody...
If it's an existing acre, of course.
No, a future.
But...
Let's go up to Shattucky or whatever, and there's 150 acres there, and somebody goes and subdivides and wants to take 10 acres off for a hunting camp. And it's, or just for hunting.
Camp, whatever.
Well, it doesn't even have to be a camp, it could just be for hunting. So, I mean, I just think with existing sanitary sewer systems, in order to get a zoning permit, you need to show at that point that you have a state wastewater potable water permit, which will then get the engineer involved. So I'm just like, I think we're trying to get everybody to do everything in a subdivision.
Now, one of the things of subdivision, this is out of the state, is to ensure that all future development is well-designed to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the community. So I think you want to be, to provide protection to a property owner or purchaser by ensuring the creation of developable lots and adequately designed developments. So I guess, I think that someone is a philosophical question.
Is this section showing a notation on a map? Is that what this is showing?
Yeah, this is on the
It's a notation on a map.
Well, yeah,
Right.
but it may require additional engineering expense
Right,
to cite these particular objects.
But if they were just showing a notation on a map, like for instance on the Killington Road here, they could just put a dash to it, it's to the Sherburne Fire District sewer, okay, and would that meet the requirement? They're not saying necessarily they're connecting to it, but...
Yeah, I guess, so now that you're reading it that way, and everybody reads it differently, Bill?
Yeah.
So I guess it's the question, it comes back to, what do we mean connections with existing sanitary?
Right, exactly.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
And to me, automatically, it means, but if it means show that you have a septic permit, then there's no connection to it.
Yeah, are you showing you have a septic permit, or you're showing you have a way to connect to a septic?
But that brings me back to that...
Right, so I have...
Somebody up in Shattucky has 400, 500 acres and wants to sell 100 acres, and there is no septic available in this area, whatever, but just wants to use it as a hunting site.
They're not creating lots then, they're not doing the subdivision.
Right, but even, okay, so.
So I just said it's like 400 or 500 acres, and they're subdividing it up into 50 acres, 100 acres, so they are subdividing it.
But is that a notation of just, we're going to put in a septic system for any structures we build over, how does that work? I mean, I don't know, I'm not.
Are you saying do that during the site plan review?
I'm saying that's more like if somebody, or let's
If
say.
you don't have a building, you don't.
Let's say you have 20 acres, and you're in an 21 acres, and you're in R3.
Yeah.
Okay? So, and let's say it's perfect, and you could get 7 3-acre lots in there, all right?
So you have
But
21 acres.
20, I went up to 20. I jumped up to
So
21.
you've perked the lot.
So you perked the
You
lot.
have a proposed means of septic treatment and disposal.
But what we got back to is, what is connections with existing? So is it just saying, you have septic?
Yeah, or you
then-
have a means of septic. That's what they're saying. Either I'm connecting to the existing Sherburne Fire District or the Alpine
Right.
Fire District, or I have a septic.
So now go back to my guy up in Shottegate.
Right, or go back to 10-lot subdivision, qualified sizes, whatever, one lot doesn't perk, but you still want to continue and include it as a subdivided lot because maybe you want to allow for potential future green space or the opportunity for one of the folks who buys the lot to the left or to the right to be able to acquire for additional money going to the developer because the developer has,
Right.
the developer has sunk in
Right, so
expenses.
that's what's considered a non-buildable lot, and so usually on a plat, it's indicated as a non-buildable lot.
So,
Then you wouldn't need to put this because it's a non-buildable lot, but you would need to do a notation on the plat that says it's a non-buildable lot. That's the way it's typically handled.
If I then kept that lot, held it, and one of the two purchasers to either side of it decided that they wanted to add a garage to it,
They would have to, they could buy it.
I would
They
want it
would
deemed
do
as a
lot line
non-buildable
amendment.
lot,
They would do
though.
a lot line adjustment.
It's really hard to have a non-buildable lot these days, just to let you know.
No, I understand, George.
Now systems that are in
Right,
there,
no,
it's
I
tough.
agree with you.
Yeah.
So, in my experience up here, I used to work with Charlie Hanley, who developed a lot of land up here. And through my history with him, we went through a few changes as far as what the septic rules were. There was a change of what the acceptable gradient was. There was an acceptance of alternative septic systems. And then, of course, we have our change here, where we're running a sewer line down the access road, which opens up, perhaps a bunch of lots within 200 feet on either side with a connection to a sewer. So I know there's been plenty of fair lots that, based on the new rules, all of a sudden were buildable lots. So my contention is, if you limit these lots that are currently non-buildable, and not to not be saleable, or to be subdivided, or to be permitted, I mean, that's cutting out the future. I just don't, you just...
One's right to develop their land and use it as...
I mean, they may not want to develop it. They may, cut out the trees and have a view, or,
put trees in
buffer
there.
zone, or, whatever. So I'm just wondering if that's really something that needs to be put in there.
So I would suggest that D comes out.
I would agree.
Page 103. We get right back into E, connections with existing water supplies or proposed alternative means of providing water to the subdivision.
Almost the same.
Same argument.
It's the same argument. I mean, and it's like, you can subdivide your land, and hopefully, if you're buying a piece of land, John,
You've done your legwork.
you're buying it, and it's like,
You know you have it, or you know you got to put it in.
right. And some people are buying because they know, like what you were talking about, Vito, other people, I'm selling this lot, it's a failed lot. And then there was a group of people in town that knew the new laws that came out in 2008.
Buying them up.
And they bought them up for the 4 or 5 grand, and then they went and, no, because they knew the rules, and then they were able to do it. So I think we just take E out also. And I just like G, all of a sudden it's sending me back to 510, but I can't go back there. And supporting information, it just seems like it's being repeated that we had to.
And I also, and this is something I brought up the other day, that I don't understand why proposed covenants or deed restrictions would be required at that level
Right.
of subdivision.
Because in deed requirements, if you're creating, because you're creating a subdivision and has messed up in this town a lot, there is a private road that goes through, and in there should be some kind of, in the deed should be stuff saying
But isn't there a
how it's going to be made. And there is
There's a
something.
separate line here, G, or I, G, whatever it is, private road language and maintenance agreements.
Right, yeah, so that, yeah.
So that's separate. So deed
Right.
restrictions, I would come back to, there's a certain gentleman in town who, if you look to buy a lot that he's developed, you have a very extensive list of covenants and deed restrictions.
Well, so-
But you would know that.
Where, I'm losing it. Where do you see deeds? Which one?
So this comes back to under supporting information, GE, I guess, I don't know which one, they strike G.
Proposed covenants and deed restrictions.
Right.
Yeah.
So as a zoning administrator, I've always been told that I don't get into the deed.
Right.
I'm not supposed to get into the deed. It doesn't, you know, the town is allowing in an R1 district a single-family home. It's up to the buyer to be aware of any deed restrictions. So this is kind of pulling.
And the covenants as
Yeah, and the
well.
covenants.
They're gonna
And this
have
is
green-
pulling the zoning administrator into outside.
Do they need to have
Deeds and
earth
covenants.
tones or?
And I don't think you want to get into where a zoning administrator is now going to have to read, interpret, and the covenants and the deeds. That's a civil. So GE, whatever, should come out.
I think.
That would have been done during the...
I'm sorry, what number are you?
So it looks like E, proposed covenants and/or deed restrictions.
During sale.
And that's a civil. I've always been taught that,
Well, I mean,
you know,
town
if it's a
handles it
civil
too.
between two property owners,
Town
that
doesn't want to get
a
involved.
town doesn't, I'm not supposed to, you know, get involved in that. I'm not supposed to get, you know, well, the deed says, oh, you talk about the person that you worked with a lot, okay? And some of his deed restrictions stated you could cut down 5 trees a year, and that was it, okay?
I think the issue is, shouldn't it be shown on the plat, though? I think that's what it, you know. If there are deed restrictions, should it be shown on the plat? I think that's what.
A deed is multiple pages at times, and if you're gonna get somebody to take a surveyor to go into the deed restrictions, other than the easements and what was the other?
Right-of-ways.
Right-of-ways, because they are two different things, okay? That the easements and the right-of-ways should be in there, okay? But that's not part of.
Well, that stuff should be picked up in the title search when the transaction occurs. And
Right, but
on that.
But what I'm getting at is that, it, you know, and this has happened and sometimes, or whatever, it comes down to, there's one on Telephone Trail and Lower Rebecca and whatever else up there, and, you know, there's a road that goes through, but then all of a sudden, people start selling lots, and then all of a sudden, the buyer is finding out there's a road through the middle of there. You know, so on a plat map, it would be nice to see the easements and.
And that's something.
And that's the easements, and that's the right-of-ways.
And that's something the
But
town
it's,
would
yeah, but it's
likely
not
get.
covenants, and covenants could be like, there's no hunting on this land.
Or
Got a hand up there.
Yeah. Vince, go ahead.
Oh, hey, thanks, Jim. Listen, maybe you've already discussed this, outside of the time I was on here, but I'm getting concerned that what you guys are doing is crossing the threshold into major revisions, and that's going to automatically kick this back to the Planning Commission. And that would put us in jeopardy of our timeline to get this approved so that we can get under the
Okay, we're all done here, let's just approve it.
the 1A exemption.
We're not getting a 1A exemption. Let's just get that
For the
off.
workforce housing,
1A is not for the workforce housing, okay?
1B.
1B.
1B, I'm sorry.
So once again, like, our job is to go through this and do the best that we can to go back.
Well, I understand that, Jim, but it doesn't, just like all of our zoning stuff, it doesn't get, for the town plan, it doesn't get perfect the first time. It's a process of continuous improvement. I'm just thinking that all of these things that you've noted, we can take them up again immediately, as long as we just get something passed now.
So Vince, we're going through this, and we're making these marks here. Maybe at the end of this discussion, maybe we agree to pass it with that this is going right back to pass. So, but we can't just say, okay, we're good, and then spend another whole bunch. We're making the points here tonight of certain things that are maybe not gelling with us correctly. Would that be right, Bill? And we may approve it tonight?
We were asked to
but with
review
these.
we were asked to review the clauses that had the red lines in them.
Right.
We're reviewing all of them.
Yeah.
I just want to go back to the
Well, I
proposed
just heard,
covenants.
whole paragraphs being taken out, and that...
Well, they're not paragraphs, it's just bullet points.
So,
We don't have the right, a zoning administrator of the town, Patrick, we don't have the right to get into a civil thing.
So
We
the-
shouldn't put ourselves
The
there.
proposed covenants and deed restrictions, I don't mind taking out. I just want to, this is information that's provided for projects that are being reviewed by the DRB. And I think that if there are some deed restrictions, that may be something that the DRB would be interested in seeing, so.
Oh my God, I can't, I'm sorry, but deed restrictions, is there any lawyers in the, John, are you a lawyer? A deed restriction can get to like such little tiny things, correct?
I think what you're trying to do is get the whole picture, though. I think that's why that's included.
Yeah.
Or to give the DRB the most information possible, and I don't think that that is actually a big cost, if any.
But like, the right-of-ways and the easements.
I don't think it's
The
a cost.
right-of-ways and the easements are in the deed.
Of course.
But to get into like, then all of a sudden you have a DRB, not two people that I know that are sitting here are spouses, okay? They get it, all right? But there are others that will start saying, well, let's make sure we put in, you can't cut down more than 5 trees, and now all of a sudden the zone.
Well, this is what
That's the point.
the developer's proposing, and it could be waived by the DRB. I don't think it's a big deal, and I'm not going to go into it, but I don't see the harm in having that included in there.
Yeah, okay. I'm saying right now, it's Xing to me, because I think we have the road intersections and the parking and all the existing
I think one of the nuances here is the difference between subdividing land and developing land into physical buildings. And some of this stuff, I think, crosses the line between subdividing and constructing.
Yep.
And that is where I take difference in some of these items because, again, if I'm going to come in, cut up a large tract into smaller lots, until I'm ready to build, I'm probably not, unless I am planning to be the builder also, I'm not worried about covenants or deed restrictions.
That's not true, because a lot of people that sell lots actually aren't going to build them and have other people that build them.
I'm saying in
Want to make
terms of my
certain that
desire
they're.
to do it and my objective and my goal, it wouldn't necessarily be a stated thing on the front side, so therefore, I wouldn't necessarily put them forth to be proposed.
Well, I respectfully disagree, but happy to take it out.
And then that would then subsequently fall into the proposed homeowner and tenant association agreement.
That you want to keep in there because that's their road road agreements.
No, because that's the next one, private roadway language and maintenance
Well,
agreement.
it's more than road, there's drainage structures, there could be other improvements that you'd want
The
covered.
drainage
If
is
there are
in the
any
stormwater
proposed-
management that has to get stamped by an engineer.
But if there's any proposed homeowners associate or tenant association agreements that relate to any of the improvements, then they should be provided.
So if I'm in a condominium association, okay, and it says like, I can't have,
But this is not
I
that.
can't, no, because it says, Lisa, it says, I'm sorry, but like, it says proposed homeowner or tenant association agreements. And there are some homeowners associations and condominiums that don't allow a flag outside.
Right, but
That alone, so,
We're talking about, there could be a homeowners association to maintain the road, drainage or other public, stone walls. I mean, there could be other things that are maintained by the
Right, so I'm gonna go back to private road language and maintenance
Right,
agreements.
but that's
if
just private
applicable.
roads. There could be drainage, there could be stone walls. there could be
Private
other-
road language and maintenance agreements. It doesn't say private road maintenance agreements, it says private road language. And in that language is going to be, I would think and I would hope that in there says what the percentages of the breakdown of each person in that subdivision is going to pay, how the road's going to be maintained, how often it's going to be maintained or whatever. Then maintenance agreements can be who is like taking care of, what is the breakdown of if this is a,
The road gets blown up.
no, a huge
Lawn care.
one septic system, who's paying for that? Let's say it's for the lights or whatever, the maintenance of the lights. So that to me is in there, but proposed homeowner or tenant association agreements, that once again gets into stuff that...
Like noise ordinance.
Noise, which we already have, but it also gets into, you're not allowed to have any bird feeders, you can't have... You ever watch some of these? I mean, there's funny TV shows
That's not the
about...
intent, but we can take it out and we can move on.
Yeah, but it says tenant association agreements, like which ones are we limiting it
To
to?
me, it's cart before the horse,
You know,
those two lines, yeah. Proposed homeowner and tenant association agreements. I think we should take that out.
Okay, they're gone, let's move on.
How's your battery, well? You plugged in?
I plugged it in, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you got about, what, 10 pages left?
we're getting there.
Getting there.
Just go quicker.
Did you bring your rubber stamp tonight? Is that what you're saying?
Actually,
Absolutely, I did. Don't go anywhere without it.
So what is 24 VSA 4418?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, the DRB may require from the applicants additional information so the DRB can determine compliance with the applicable requirements set forth in 24 VSA 4418. Does anywhere in this thing state what 4418 is?
That's a state statute.
I do know, and I don't know it off the top of my
Can you
head.
tell me it again?
24 VSA 4418.
4418?
Yeah.
It's just the,
For subdivision bylaws. So, what, does it say anything specific? Or is
No, it says the DRB may require from the applicants additional information so the DRB can determine compliance with the applicable requirements set forth.
right.
So they're saying if there's anything missing that is, that's required by the state statute, they can ask for that.
Well, what's in the state?
The state
We have no
statute,
control over it.
state statute says that subdivision, tell it specifically.
It's right there.
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna scroll real quick, just see how long
It's
it
gonna
is.
be like, yeah.
Oh, no, it's not a long one.
That's all it is. It's, look, it's so they could get more information, standard layout of roads, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, configuration of parcel boundaries, and then it goes on to preservation of natural and cultural resources under D.
Standards for the design and layout of streets, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, streetlights, fire hydrants, landscaping, water sewage, and stormwater management facility, holding private facilities and other necessary facilities that may be specified in municipal plan. Standards in accordance with subdivision 4423. I don't know what 442.
Well, that would be,
Yeah,
that'd be
I-
later on. Oh, wait, this is...
I just don't like all of a sudden throwing and then all of a sudden,
It's an obligatory,
well, then
if
why do we
forgot
have it?
something,
Yeah, well,
here
if
it
we-
is.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, all other duties as assigned.
And it says may instead of shall.
Yeah. They don't have to. Moving on.
Coming up to 10 o'clock.
what are we on, page 104, guys?
I'm on 106.
What? 106.
Did we change that incident?
I did, I changed it, or
Then I have nothing.
related.
What'd you change it to?
Increased runoff related to the development.
Okay, that'll work, I guess.
Yeah.
On paper. Okay, so this is one that I brought up the other
What
day.
page?
Page 105,
I
revision.
already passed that.
Well, I know that, but I'm just... So, this is in the second to last paragraph where it refers to 6. Within 2 years of the date on which the subdivision approval was granted, the entire subdivision shall be subject to a complete re-review in full accordance with Article 6. However, isn't that contrary to like
Article 11.
like our PUD plans? Oh, I'm sorry, 11. Thank you, Vito. Where
Yeah.
once a PUD is approved, it no longer requires extension?
If any subdivision previously approved by the DRB or administrative officer is modified, that's a big word there,
Okay.
or if an applicant fails to material commence construction of a project.
That's the one I was talking
So
about.
there, so the first sentence is if any subdivision previously approved by the DRB or
modified.
administrative is modified.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Or if an applicant fails to material commence construction of a project approved through this Article 11 within 2 years of the date of which subdivision approval was granted, then the entire subdivision shall be subject to a complete, I just...
2 years, isn't that in line with the zoning permit? That's the same thing?
Well, that's talking about changing that. It doesn't, so someone comes in and they get subdivision regulations approved. So now you're saying, I got that part done.
Market changed, I don't want
Market
to,
change or
I
whatever.
don't want to move yet.
So 2 years later, I'm just not going to put in the road. I don't have the financing. I'm just doing this thing. It's like, I've got it approved, and when I want to go ahead, it doesn't really matter because I can't get any zoning permits unless I do all this work. So now you're telling me I got to do the work in 2 years.
Well, it could be extended up to 5 years.
But like, we
Provide
changed,
have
but we changed rules for PUD.
We're not talking about...
Well, no, I'm saying we changed them.
You're saying keep it consistent with...
Well,
what
I'm
you
saying
did.
to be consistent, so we changed them to
Oh.
be that
Forever.
they are forever, so...
Well, there is some language at the end which modifies what is happening in the beginning, and I think that's probably sensible.
So where?
Right at the end, where it says, provided, however, that upon application made to the administrative officer prior to the expiration of the
Right.
2-year period.
Right.
The 2-year period may be extended up to an additional 3 years for a total of 5 years. So that kind of obviates the first
Okay, so
paragraph.
then after 5 years, if you still didn't,
Yeah.
if you still didn't after
I
5,
think that, I think that's a philosophical question.
I
We
think
talked about a little bit. Do you want it to be forever?
I think
Or
it's
do you want to
inconsistent.
say, well, after 5 years...
I believe someone's going for subdivision.
After 5
changes.
years, some standards may change, technology may change, or, standard, it
Well, it
makes
gives them an
sense.
out, I mean,
It makes sense to come back. I mean, I think, I could argue it either way, that once you get it, it should be good forever,
If you want to split
or,
the difference, you just say that it can be renewed and every 3 years after that.
Something to that effect.
I would say 5, the administrative officer prior to expiration of, I would say, construction of project approved through this Article 11 within 5 years of the date of which subdivision. I mean, come on, like, I don't know, Great Gulf, SP Land subdivided 4 years ago, Ram's Head. They're nowhere near it. So, on one hand, I get what is trying to happen.
Well, I agree with-
Because the changes of state regulations and
right.
stormwater and everything.
You don't want
I
to be
get
stuck
that.
with a project that was,
Like, we already have a bunch of grandfathers.
that was under 20-year-old,
Yeah,
I don't know
I
10
get
years
it.
from now what the,
No, I agree
what
with
the
you.
standard is going to be. So what's reasonable? I don't know,
Why
5 years?
why in one area we allow it to be indefinite, but in another area we don't? I don't care the answer necessarily, I care about the consistency of the
We should
application.
take a look at the other one, but I don't want to make bad law because just
Because we already made bad law?
Right, I don't think that's a good answer. I don't know if we made bad law. I didn't do it.
I'm not going there either, I'm just like, but like, we're also being told, please approve this right now, even though it might be bad. I'm not saying it's bad, but we're being
I'm not
told,
saying that.
okay?
This is where you have circular language, and you're just going to have
Yeah.
developers
I mean, what's
checking this out.
reasonable?
So,
5 years with another 5-year extension? I mean, I don't know what's reasonable.
No, I think your goal is correct. If the project is delayed for some determination of time, standards could change, so maybe they have to apply new standards. That's what you're trying to accomplish, okay? But is that 5 years? I think what John is saying, it should be consistent.
Regardless.
Regardless, right. That's what he's saying. So maybe the
difference
PUD
might
thing needs to change.
So maybe the difference is...
well, we
Bill,
can't talk about that other stuff, because we're only here, it
No, I
wasn't
know.
one.
The difference may be that someone who's developing a level of plan that we're not going to mention may have very deep pockets, and they get an indefinite timeline to develop this project, whatever this project may or may not be, versus someone who's maybe trying to just make it work, the little guy, doesn't have bottomless pockets,
Right.
and now he's subject, to re-upping permits and so on and so forth, that someone who actually has a much bigger, more grand potential, whatever that thing might be,
Totally
project, isn't subject to, and that...
Do 5 with an extension of 3.
I get it, I get what you're saying, but we'll be here for a very, very long time. I'm saying that through this Article 11, within 5 years of the date of which subdivision approval was granted, then the entire subdivision shall be subject to, and I don't know if it's a complete review, I would think it is any changes to regulations. Why are you going to get somebody to come back in and do topo and all this other stuff? The things that are going to change are going to be stormwater. I think stormwater and septic rules may change, but it's probably going to
So it should be
be,
brought current with state regulation or something.
Don't you have to review all
You
of
have
it
any
to make
idea,
sure
John?
that that's-
I wouldn't give somebody a blanket approval indefinitely.
No, I'm
If the
saying
character of
5
the
years.
town changes over time, I would be hesitant to give them just
Yeah.
No,
indefinite.
and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying
know you're looking
that
for
we
consistency.
are inconsistent. If this is what we agree with, then we...
I'm saying
We
with,
could go back and change we could take another look at the PUD. I wasn't there when they were adapted, so I can't answer what the thought
well, that
process
actually kind of worked, because then the up there would be, you wouldn't have a TIF district, because that thing wasn't, without that being open-ended, that PUD would have been expired by now. So I would say 5 years of the date of which subdivision approval was granted, and then we're going to get down to, provided, however, that upon application made to administrative officer prior to the expiration of
The 5-year period.
well, it says prior to the expiration of the 5-year period, right?
Right.
The 2-year period, the 5-year period may be extended up to an additional 3 years for a total of 8?
That's what felt right to me.
I mean, that seems more reasonable.
Okay, so there we are,
Okay,
all right?
so we're going to, prior to expiration.
Which I think is still good because
Prior
it's
to the-
within
I just
a,
want to get this clear, prior to the expiration of
So the
a
first,
five-year period, the five-year period may be extended up to an additional 3 years for a total of 8 years.
yeah.
right, with the initial
5 years.
it being 5 years.
Did we say that?
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
But do they still need to file all of the documentations for the subdivision at that point?
You know, for right now, Bill, we're being told that, I think that we're saying, please take a look at saying, what, not the complete thing, not the complete, because the subdivision, the lines have already been
Maybe
drawn
you
and
do,
everything
instead
else.
of a complete review, you just say subject to a re-review and not take out the
But
word.
what we're trying to
Just the
get to is
review,
like, what, we know like stormwater might change.
Right, but if you
and-
take out the word complete and just leave it as a re-review, that kind of gives it.
Yeah, a re-review in full, but not in full accord, with the coordinates of this, I think what we're trying to get, and we're not, we'll be here another 10 minutes on that, Lisa, and I really don't
I
want to.
understand what you're trying to
But
get. You're just
Vince,
trying to
but like, I'm going with
limit
Vince
the
on something.
scope of the review. which-
Limit the scope to what could change.
Right, but,
You know, the lot lines aren't gonna change, the topo's not gonna change.
well.
Right, because in theory,
Could change.
Flood again.
in theory,
Could
according to
change,
this.
yeah, I would hate to, I would,
Well,
I don't
let's
have a
hope-
crystal ball, I don't know, topo
In theory,
could
according to
change.
this, as it's written, right, over time, someone could lose their right to move forward with their subdivision if for some reason the DRB were to turn down the subsequent application and they've already sunk in all this money, and I,
Should have moved quicker.
Yeah.
well,
Tell that to the group up above.
tell that to the lawyers when you're in court.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Vito, you said you were like on page 106 or 107 earlier?
I'm on 108 now.
Moving right along.
No, I just had the one word, we had already taken care of it in our session with Lisa, so it was just a word that didn't seem to fit.
So on 106, did you have something on 106?
No, what are you gonna want?
So, the only thing, and we had discussed this the other day in our meeting, was at the bottom of the first paragraph, stormwater management drainage, last sentence, officer or DRB, as they may blah, 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 consult the town public works department and may require modifications to proposed subdivision design or condition to final approval upon improvement of downstream facilities in the manner required by the town public works department. So my question is, who aren't necessarily engineers, so, you know, if throughout this document, when we talk about stormwater, we're talking about referring back to engineers, so on and so forth, but, you know, town public works department is kind of, I think,
Yeah, and then I get to, do we have a definition of downstream system or facility? May overload the capacity of the downstream system or facility.
Well, that's going to be a retention pond, ditch, sewer line,
And-
culvert, box culvert.
and above that, in the middle of the paragraph, we say
But I thought
the
you're getting a
applicant's,
stormwater permit.
in the middle of the paragraph, we say the applicant's engineer shall provide information deemed necessary by the administrative officer or DRB to make determination of adequacy of facilities. So
Right.
I just don't, you know, I'm not sure that necessarily the town public works department as a general statement is in a position to,
Well, who has the records on capacities of flows through stuff?
I would think the engineers, like, you know, the applicant's engineer shall
Yeah,
provide.
where's he going to find it?
Army Corps maybe, I don't know.
Well, I come back to that, you have
Doesn't the town
a,
have
but you have a
records?
storm...
The town would have records of it.
Yeah, but you have a
Of like
stormwater...
drainage and ditches.
They may not be the ones setting it, but they'll have, they should have
Usually
it.
go through the engineer, they come in and do their tests and stuff. and
Yeah,
do the
they do
hydraulic
the
tests
analysis,
and
they do
their analysis.
hydraulic analysis.
Yeah.
But we keep a record of it.
But I just...
Yeah,
Right.
with
So that,
like
like-
the engineer reports, but I mean, you have tons of roads around where.
So I think
nothing
what John's
can be done
asking
on that
is,
stuff, really, unless it's a project that has happened.
if anyone in the town has the capability to review this? I
That
think
person,
that's
yeah,
what you're-
because the generalized term, Town Public Works Department is, like, I don't know, if I went to work for the Public Works Department tomorrow, you know, I could be that guy.
Hiring freeze.
You know?
But I just want to, so, first, you're coming in with a subdivision, and you have to get a stormwater management plan together. And your engineer is going to have to say, and they're going to have to look and say, all right, I'm not going to put a 20-inch culvert here when the town right off the property has a 6-inch culvert or whatever. I mean, I'm going to ruin that facility down below. You know, or they're not going to put in a 6-inch up above if the town is at a 20. Okay, I would think that that all falls underneath that the stormwater management plan stamped by or signed off by your engineer or the state permit is going to take stuff into account. You know, so this is where I get thrown off, and thanks, John. You grabbed me back to 106.
I'm sorry.
Where the applicant's engineer anticipates that increased runoff incident to the development may overload. Well, if the engineer is saying that my system is going to overload your system, then it's not going to work. It's just, you know what I mean, Ricky? It's not going to work.
It's kind of like what happened up on end of Trailside Drive with the ski trail up there. That culvert was over. It was a way smaller than the ones down below, and it would always plug up and then create problems.
But that's because the
So maybe we change it where we say, where it says, the administrative officer, DRB, may request a determination, blah, blah, blah.
But if I go back like 20
If the
pages earlier...
applicant's- Maybe we just say the applicant's engineer
Has to be a stamped engineer.
demonstrates that the project will not overload downstream facilities.
But aren't we going into earlier on in subdivision that you have to show that you have a approved stormwater plan?
Right.
And then it also gets into the neighboring whatever?
So, to me, this jumps out. If the applicant's engineer
stamped that plan
anticipates the increased runoff incident to the development may overload the capacity of the downstream or facility, and the administrative officer, as the case may be, shall consult with the town public works department and may require modification of the proposed subdivision design or condition final approval upon the improvement of downstream facilities in a manner required by the town public works department. So,
well, that's basically saying is that earlier on in here, you're gonna get a stormwater permit approval, and it's gotta be stamped, but... So you're getting the water off your property, right? And it's working, but now all of a sudden, the engineer may look further and go, well, you know, half a mile down the block, I don't know, like, we're getting the water off of here, but the way this thing is written up, I'm not gonna sign off that the roads down below are gonna accept the flow. So then you, the developer, have to...
modify your subdivision plan.
Well, you know, you have to modify maybe other people's properties that may not...
Pay for improvement.
The expense.
Yeah, pay for improvements.
You know, I have that, well, I don't want to get into my history.
I know that one.
You know, so...
If you're gonna screw up somebody downstream.
Well,
I just think
I
that
had an
needs-
issue, I mean, I
just
had to
think
go
that
all the way
needs
up to
to
the top of
be
West Hill Road.
clarified in some
You know,
way.
and there was all kinds of issues with the runoff coming off of the top of West Hill Road, and we won't mention whose property there is, but major issues, because there was a lot of impervious pavement that was, with perched basins and drains. A lot of water running down West Hill Road. But anyway, so that,
So where the applicant's engineer anticipates an increased runoff related to the development may overload the capacity of downstream system or facility design, the AO or DRB shall require the applicant to modify its design?
very worse to call in state stormwater people or somebody to take a look at the situation, because it's, it's a kind of a macro situation where it affects.
Well, it just says facilities outside of the area. The area could be a mile downstream. I don't know.
Well, and then at
Well,
what
it
point
just
is it,
says-
yeah, how far do you get away from your property before you go?
Well, it says outside of the subdivision,
It's not,
outside of the area of the subdivision.
Until it's provable.
well, yeah.
I don't know if it's ever provable.
Right.
Well,
Especially if
there is language in there that says increased runoff incident to the subdivision. That means, if they build a parking lot with a lot of pavement, all of a sudden you get all kinds of runoff off of roofs, off of pavement, and that increases the water flow downstream.
But 20 pages ago,
I've lost the thread. What's the,
so 20 pages.
what's the discussion one
To
way or
me,
the
is
other?
like, I think this is above and beyond, what we already said is that you need some stormwater approval already, and so you gotta get it stamped.
Before we say you have a stamped plan, here we're just saying these are the standards for subdivisions, and the standard is that you can't screw up the drainage downstream, just to put it.
Yeah, but the stamped plans earlier are saying that they say this is going to work.
We hope
Wouldn't
they
these
say that,
wouldn't these standards be the guidelines for the engineer to put his plans
Well,
together?
that's what I'm getting at. I would hope that an engineer is not gonna step a set of plans for a stormwater and then come to the zoning administrator later on and say,
But this is explicitly laying it out to the engineer, saying this is something we're looking at.
well, we're looking at
Then we're saying
stormwater.
that it's the town public works department that's going to.
Yeah, if the engineer says, I think it's going to fail, then the engineer's going to
Then
push
they're
it
gonna
to the
stamp it.
Public Works Department.
Right.
Which
Is the town.
Right, which is, yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to consult with the Public Works Department, and then they'll get into.
But also, who
consult
within
the
the
fire
Public Works
chief.
Department is qualified to
We're not
ensure
qualified.
that? That's what I'm saying.
Right.
And so that's why I say who's not an engineer, because
So maybe we just indicate
Well,
a
I think the way I
demonstration.
read this is if the engineer determines that there's going to be an overload of the downstream drainage, he's going to talk to the town and say, hey, look, we're going to dump all this water on your, in your town, and what do you think we should do?
Right, and then the town can retain their own engineers if need be. Like we do it all the time for
I thought
projects.
initially this was going to shift the liability to the town if the town agreed to.
No, because it says shall consult with the town public works department and may require modifications to the proposed subdivision
Right.
design. So basically, the engineer is signing off and saying, for the water coming up from above, you need to have X size culvert. Then he has to go and say, well, wait a second, if I put in a 20-inch culvert, it may affect the 8 or 12 inches down below, the 18 down below,
You don't want to
okay?
have a bigger size
So
culvert
now you're
feeding a
saying,
smaller size
now you're
culvert.
saying go back up there and say, you know what? Yeah, I know you might need a 20-inch up there, but ours can only handle a 16. So put a 16 in.
Well,
And then you're not gonna get a stamp because the engineer's gonna say, for your
Right,
property, you need a
They have to
20.
figure something else out.
Yeah,
They have to
exactly.
figure it out. They have to
There may be
figure
a
it
way
out.
to, get the drainage dispersed somehow.
if we say the town Public Works and the guy working for Public Works is like, yeah, I can figure that out, and he's,
I think it goes back to the engineer, that the engineer is
Right.
going to have to, I'm catching on to it here, so there may be another retention pond that has to get put in to slow it down.
dams
But
or
that's up to the engineer of the person doing the subdivision. Let's not put this on one of our town employees.
So let's just,
No, no, it's not.
okay, so
I don't
let's,
think it is.
so
Initially, I thought
what
it was.
I'm hearing, let me just, what I'm hearing is that we want language that says that if the applicant's engineer anticipates that it's going to overload the town's, or a downstream system, then the engineer, needs to come up with a design that's acceptable to the town, right?
Yeah, because that reads to me that they may just check with the town public works. And
Yeah,
town public
kinda
works
dumps
goes,
it on the
yeah, I
AO.
go, well, I go, oh, I got 16, I got 18, yeah, I got smaller ones down here. That's checking with them. And that's not outside the scope of what they would normally do. But then I think they would just confirm with the engineer saying, yeah, we can't handle that.
Well, the engineer's
You gotta go
the
back.
engineer's
Now
gonna
put
tell,
after Town Public Works Department, who isn't an engineer. And
May require modifications, which he's not an engineer, to
the
propose.
engineer is determining that, the
Well, that's what I'm-
applicant's engineer is
Well, that's what I'm saying, so,
I would hope a good engineer would pick up on that stuff down below without.
well,
that's-
well, no, I would agree.
But that would be the hope, but
So
it's
how
not
about,
always the
how about,
case.
how about,
Years
You know,
ago.
we shouldn't own
so
it.
how about,
Floods, and then there's
I agree
Hurricane
totally.
how
Irene.
about this language?
Put her in the court!
So how about something like this? When the applicant's engineer anticipates increased runoff,
Stick in the ditch.
the,
Everything's clumped.
the AO or DRB, well, no, the engineer must modify its plan, to the and
Where the applicant's engineer anticipates that increased runoff incident to the developed may overload the capacity of the downstream system or facility. The applicant's engineer must come up with a system, a stormwater system, to control the flow, to control downstream systems or facilities. And he's got to stamp it.
must modify the design to.
But I would hope that the engineer in the beginning looked
You don't
at
want
the
to do that
stuff
because
down
then
You're
below.
limiting the engineer to fixing the downstream, the existing downstream system or facility versus modifying
Right, we don't-
subdivision to maybe disperse the water to different
That's what I'm
drainage
saying, that he's
points.
gonna have to, in his engineering, if he thinks,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
modify
do
the
all these bigger
proposed
pipes up here, right? To get the flow going on the subdivision, and, wow, wait a second, downstream, I'm gonna mess them up. So I need to come up with a plan of a stormwater retention pond
Right.
to slow it down
Okay.
on the subdivision.
Okay.
So that's the engineer
That's
designing.
one alternative, but there's other alternatives where he could direct the water to other directions, which will not go to the same place as, as
Yeah.
originally
There's a
designed.
third alternative, I need to improve the facilities downstream, and it's cheaper for me to improve them than to do anything on my subdivision.
Whatever the alternatives are, they have to be examined.
Possibility of putting in check dams or
Yeah.
something like that even, too.
And the question becomes.
But it should be on the-
How far do you go?
Yeah.
Right, how far do you go?
That's why it's in the
Until it's
subdivision.
not
that's
impacting
all
anymore.
it is.
They could rip it up in your
They're not
ditches.
liable.
So Lisa,
Right,
can you
exactly.
just like put something in
Yeah,
there?
so
to
what
put
I'm
it back?
hearing is, we just really want to put this on, the burden on the
Engineer.
town,
The design.
engineer,
Yes.
to come up with a
Come up
solution,
with a solution.
so that it
Slow
doesn't.
the water down if it needs
So it
to.
doesn't impact
And it doesn't
down.
create an unnecessary burden on the developer, in my opinion, because he's already has the engineer doing a
So
stormwater.
we'll try to
management.
come up with some language, I hear what you're saying. Okay.
And not put the burden on the town.
Correct.
Anything else, guys, we're on 107 now?
107, no.
Private roads, we had this big discussion, be constructed in conformance with the environmental transportation class 3 road standards. And once again, I'm just gonna say there are properties up above that are at class 4. And, I think if we're gonna do private roads or whatever, then, there are, I think it still might get in. The DRB may require documentation of maintenance requirements in the form of association agreements. That's already in there or whatever. It's already once before. So I refer to the U.S.
It's actually now state requirement anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's been a state requirement for like 15 years. So, mechanism which the road away, the DRB to ensure the owners of the lots served by the road are obligated to maintain the road and pay for its maintenance. Yeah, that's, but I'm just, any roads like in R1, R3, commercial, yeah, they're class 3, but I'm getting at the people that are up in some other areas that are class 4. It looks like you took away the language in here that was then, that was saying that if the road was a Class 4, and then you're telling them they got to put a Class 3 in there, that they would have to fix the Class 4s down below, that was one thing that was in the previous.
I think you want to keep a Class 3 because you really want, I mean, the point of a subdivision is that you want fire trucks to be able to access it. This does give the DRB some flexibility, so if somebody comes up and they're like in the Chateauguay, we talked about this part of town, and says, well, I'm only gonna, my lots are only gonna be primitive camps, and they're only gonna be used, 4 months out of the year, then I think the DRB could waive that requirement and, make it a condition of subdivision approval that the lots are only used as primitive camps, or they're only used 4 months a year, because otherwise the roads aren't plowed and emergency vehicles and fire trucks can't provide access, and I don't think the town wants to be in the position of approving lots that can't be serviced by emergency vehicle and fire trucks.
So somebody can have a Class 3 road today that's a private road, and there's a fire up there, and the plow guy didn't get to it yet. I just don't like to kick out the Class 4 roads that are in this town.
Well, we're not
Well,
We're not eliminating the ones that exist today. We're saying if you're creating a new development, a new subdivision, your road should be up to Class 3 standards. But the DRB does have the right to waive it, so I don't really think that this is, I don't expect people to be doing subdivisions and not build a road to a Class 3 standard.
I wouldn't do it, but I know of people that would.
The thing is, too, if you're going to build on a Class 4 road, you need to know that you're not going to, that the road isn't maintained year-round.
Right.
So, I mean, that's kind of on you, the developer,
Right.
really.
Capacity of existing roads, the administrator, officer, or DRB may be with advice from the town public works department, road commission, or similar municipal body with relevant training and experience shall determine whether the existing road network can accommodate the traffic expected to be generated by a proposed subdivision.
This is kind of pretty similar, this is pretty similar to the drainage discussion.
But it says, in addition, in situations where development may require realignment, widening or otherwise increasing the capacity of an existing road, or where the town plan or capital program indicated that such improvements may be required in the future, the applicant may be required to reserve land for such improvements. Where development may require realignment, widening, or otherwise increasing the capacity of an existing road. The existing road may not even be on the subdivision, the subdivided parcel, but it's saying that indicated such improvements may be required in the future. The applicant may be required to reserve land for such improvements. How does the applicant reserve land on land that they don't own? The applicant can be required to contribute to any or all of the expenses involved with road improvements necessitated by the subdivision, where a subdivision requires undue expenditures by the town to improve existing town roads or to upgrade. I just thought we were trying to get things so we would encourage development. And so now if somebody's coming in and they want to put, and then somebody comes in and says, well, Roaring Brook Road can't handle this.
Then Roaring Brook Road can't handle it.
No, this says here that the subdivider then
If they wanna do what they wanna do.
and then they're gonna have to get,
Well, I think the example I
I
told
think
you
you're looking
about,
at fringe
I
situations.
think the
that-
example I told you about John and Vito was that if somebody's doing a project up at the Chateauguay area, and they're putting in a subdivision, then the only access to that subdivision is via a Class 4 road.
that's what we said the last time.
Right, and so, and if
And you removed it from that section, but then it's got moved into this
No,
section.
I think it was always here,
But
and
we had
so-
said take that out the last time, because
I
if
don't-
somebody's up in Chattahoochee and a Class 4 road goes up, say 3 miles up, and then somebody owns 100 acres, and now here it's saying like, well, listen, your subdivision, the Class 4 road can't handle it, because we don't believe in Class 4 roads anyway, so now you have to redo that 3 miles of Class 4 into a Class 3. That's what it's saying.
Well, it's saying the town could require that, correct?
Yeah, it could.
So, I mean, I guess it kind of gets back to this question, philosophically, I mean, if somebody does a subdivision up in the Chattahoochee area and people buy lots, and then, guess what? You can't access your lot, 6 months out of the year. So I think that's kind of what we're getting at, like,
What happens if a developer that's in town has plans above and beyond the 400 units in Ramshead and Snowshed to build 2,200 units up there, and then it's deemed that Killington Road can't handle it? Now, the developer is going to have to increase the size of Killington Road, but how? We've already reached our limitations.
Well, then they can't.
I mean, if they want to spend the money to do the project, it's unfair on the other landholders to have to face the burden of that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's, even though there was a master plan approval given out
Cutting into other people's property, too, so they're not going to give you permission to do that, to increase the road, so.
I guess we just get rid of, well, I guess the good thing is that if a developer comes in and says, fine, I have no problem expanding the road, say goodbye to your bus stops, say goodbye to your sidewalks on both sides.
Yeah.
Maybe,
If the town decided to do that. If the town decided to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. So outdoor lighting on page 109, to maintain the town's rural character and to preserve the night sky, streetlights are not encouraged. John, remember that, both Johns, tell your spouses or whatever, because there's, talking to DRB where they...
My wife doesn't care about it.
No, I'm talking to the other John.
I know.
Oh, okay. I said John and
like,
John's
hey,
wife.
you're on it.
I mean, streetlights, but earlier on, it says that you need to show where your streetlights are, but to maintain the rural character.
If proposed.
If proposed. So I guess this is saying here, don't propose it, so,
Well, this is saying we don't encourage it, I guess.
right. Then you got another group that does, so I'm okay on that.
As long as it's in Calvin's.
Well, then there's also a request to go $4,000, but other than that, a guy wanted me to buy a Calvin gun and make sure it's 3,000 Kelvin 15 feet away from the light bulb. I don't know how that could actually happen. I don't. So these are just, this is just getting into the...
Oh, there's your steep slope. Is that a...
It is defined as
But it really-
15%, yeah.
Coming back to roads and driveways.
Take
though.
one. It looks like it wandered over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, so yeah, it's almost like this is a definition thing or whatever.
Property, it doesn't, this
part contradicts the other.
specific to driveways, roads, driveways.
And it says, and to prohibit the construction of roads or driveways with slopes in excess of 20%.
What's the title of
That's
that
what I
section?
kind of wanted. This is just...
Usually definitions
this is
at the beginning.
Additional standards.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, from ages.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was a definition section. You did it! Oh, no you didn't. Sorry.
I mean, this is just standards. Emergency access, the proposed, it's just repeating that. It shall not...
But like the fire protection, right? So adequate fire suppression. If you're not building out the building, like the physical buildings, and you're just subdividing.
It's in the zoning. It's not in subdivision. I mean, so if anyone, if you have a zoning administrator, say in 3 years, that has these things in front of them, and let's say you have someone that comes into me like next week or whatever, I'd be saying, you know, you're coming in for subdivision. If you don't know if you're gonna be building these things, don't say you are. If you don't wanna put lights on here, don't say you are. And since you're not building any buildings or whatever, there's no fire protection for it because nobody knows what the buildings are gonna be.
This is what I'm getting at.
And so that's just like, what are you in here for? And I get what Lisa's saying, because there are people that will come in and say, I want to subdivide this, and right away I'm going to build
Right.
3 apartment buildings.
And what this is going to do, some of this is going to do is make.
So then that makes
people
them
are
go
gonna do
for
the
that.
opposite.
But I think the problem I'm looking at it is, in some, is like, the majority of the subdivisions that I see don't have the construction yet, it's just subdivision, and that's why I keep on hounding on that, because 80% of the stuff I see is just a subdivision of land, it's not with the person, they just want to take their 50, 60, 70 acres, whatever, 10 acres, and turn it into lots and sell them.
Right, and you wouldn't come in and put additional burden on yourself as a developer to say, hey, and I'm going to build houses. No, I'm going to come in and I'm going to say, I'm just going to subdivide and create raw land.
Which means that I'm not going to come in with a driveway permit.
Right.
But if I'm going to come in and say I'm going to build these 5 houses and I'm placing them on this lot at this place, then I need to show that I have a drive, but it's still, I may not be building it in for 3 years. You know, luckily 5 or whatever, but, so, I'm good with there, so,
Can I make a motion?
go ahead.
Okay, I move that with the changes made by the select board tonight, that as soon as they get incorporated into the document, the select board will approve the land development regulations for use in the town of Killington, and that the select board also will require the, if I say the wrong organization, will require the planning and zoning organization to come back within 6 months and homologate this regulation versus other land use regulations in Killington, and also simplify the language.
First thing is just, point of order is that you need to close the public hearing.
We close the public hearing.
Well, we're having a discussion of, I get what Lisa's saying.
No, but Bill's resolution would come after you close the
Okay, that's fine.
Right, so,
But you can discuss it.
are you ready for, I was thinking...
say, I'm going to make a motion.
I would like to, I would like to.
That's
And I
okay.
like where
Once
you're
the meeting is
going,
closed,
Bill.
I will make a motion.
But I would personally like to see the rewritten portion.
Vince does have his hand raised.
Go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, I was just, would like Lisa's opinion as to whether or not the threshold for substantial revisions has been crossed.
Our attorney said that there is not clear distinction on that. And in my role as a town manager, I can say, which I'm not a lawyer and I'm not part of any of this.
You don't know?
I don't know. No, it seems like things were removed and not added, and I think it's pretty much the same in general length. So I think you could get
So
one.
it's a considered opinion of the select board that these do not constitute substantial revisions.
The select board, I do not
require return to the planning.
I do not believe the select board has an opinion, because I don't think that we are in a position to be able to make a determination of such.
I think we're thinking we made some minor changes.
No, I think the select board actually probably has to make
But
that.
legally wise, I'm not going to say that they're only minor.
He's saying that, like,
Yeah.
whether,
So I think
I
that
don't know.
the issue is that the regulations state that if the select board makes, quote, significant changes to the bylaw, it goes back to the planning commission. I asked Jim Barlow what's the definition for significant, and he said, it's ambiguous.
Right.
At best, but he gave me an example of one that he said, because we talked about the minor and major lot. So he said, right now, for example, you have minor is, up to 4, major is
No, it's 5, greater than 5, I think.
5 or greater.
I think it says 5.
So anyway, he said, if you were to change that by a lot, Jim Barlow.
By one lot or by 4 lots?
Multiple lots. A lot of lots. Jim Barlow's opinion is that probably doesn't meet the definition of significant. If you were to up it to 10 lots, that's, in his opinion, his legal opinion, it would meet the definition of significant.
I would argue that you
So in your
tightened
professional
this
opinion,
up.
you don't think you made any significant?
I don't think the changes you
Although
made
that
tonight fall over the
changes are
threshold
tight.
of significant. You know, there was some discussion on what needs to be submitted, and I don't think that's significant. And I don't think you really, made any changes. You made some changes I don't agree with, but I don't feel like you made any changes.
And we gave you some things that we didn't agree with.
You also passed on some things that I think.
That you thought we were going to hit you on.
So I'd probably say I'd feel comfortable.
I think it's all minor.
What I think you can do is you could close the public hearing, because if the public hearing is closed, the select board could still make, review the document and make some changes, but the public can't provide any more further input. I think the public has had
So I make a motion, we close the hearing.
more than enough opportunities to provide input. We've had-
Once we close, the select board has 30 days to?
No, 150 days to take action.
150 days.
But there's some timing requirements to meet Rutland Regional Planning.
If you think you're going to achieve 1A.
That's what we've
I
been
don't know
told.
why.
Not getting 1A.
I don't know why you're so confident we're not getting 1A. I think that's
Because I've been
really.
told straight out by the Rutland Regional Planning Commission Executive Director, you will not get 1A, you'll get 1B.
We've also been told that we have the best chance in our area
For 1B.
for 1A also.
1A, yeah.
That's, wow.
Yeah, but it also does affect the 1A because of the whole, or sorry, 1A.
Either way, that's the same deadline, right?
Same
It affects
deadline.
Same deadline. Yeah, we have a deadline.
Correct.
So I move that we close the meeting. A discussion?
Thank you, Chair.
Somebody's got to do it.
Anyone can make a motion
Anyone have any questions
about closing the meeting.
on the meeting?
Any public comment, I guess, would be the only other thing.
Any public comment of us closing the hearing?
We didn't discuss 4 verse 9.
Let's roll.
Please.
We'll discuss that one.
We discussed that after.
And that we're all in agreement.
Okay? Nobody online?
Call that question.
Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Cool. Public meeting is closed
Okay,
at
should I
10:37.
make that motion again? Or do you?
No, we're done.
No, he can make the second motion if he wants to.
Well, now the question is, okay, I make a motion that with the changes that we have provided to Lisa tonight, okay, that we will accept the land development regulations, okay, and recommend they get forwarded to the Rutland Regional Planning Commission with our approval, okay, but we're also remanding the zoning and planning department to come back within 6 months and homologate the document to existing land use regulations in Killington.
Well, they're not going to be back. It took them a year to get this, so, and they have
Well,
other things
I
in
want to
front
put
of them.
they're going to come back
I'm
and,
not putting, it takes a while to do, okay? It takes a while to do.
Should that really be all in the same motion?
No, so what I'm going to say is, we made a motion to close the hearing, and I would like to see the rewritten stuff up, and we're meeting here, the final draft, in 2 weeks. And then, when we see that, then we can make the motion to move it forward to, because we're just closing it, and we have a certain amount of time, and in 2 weeks from now, if you get it to us, I don't know, before April 2nd, Will.
Or we'll leave.
I can do that.
You can do that, before April 2nd.
Lisa will.
We're going on vacation.
Okay,
No, we got a deadline.
so listen,
Check your inbox
the
tomorrow, I'll
select
be there.
board is willing to get this so we can get the 1A designation, But we've closed the hearing. We would like to see the rewrite to what we said. And on the next meeting is April
13.
April 13th, okay?
2 weeks?
It's we do the second
Generally the second
and
and
fourth.
fourth.
And so the way it falls, the first,
Just a weird one.
yeah, it's the first Monday is the 6th.
That deadline?
Tuesday's the first.
Yeah, what's the deadline?
He said in April.
I mean,
Wasn't it the 13th?
why don't you just do it on the 6th? And just have its own meeting.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, so have it, great, well, because you leave the 2nd or the 3rd.
Third.
Question, just clarifying for my own mental sake. I've gone through, during the meeting, I went through and I pretty much did all the changes that you guys have asked for already. Do you want to see the document completely clean, no red line at all the changes accepted, just black and white text, or do you still want to see the revisions that you've requested at this meeting?
I would like to see what we've changed today.
So keep the red line in.
No, just the new red line.
The new
Just the new red, okay, yes, I can do that.
Yeah, so we just got to remember, at the end, when you approve it, you're going to approve, like, the whole subdivision regs will be red line, right? Because they're all new from what exists
We
today.
don't want, just the things that we did today. Will.
I can do that.
And what date are you setting a special meeting? Is
April
it-
6th.
And I just want to keep one more thing, not to lose sight, that we're also talking about, which we talked about way back, is a map amendment. So when we make the resolution,
Well, that's in the change.
right, but it's regulations
But that's
and
why- yeah, that's why
and a
you-
map amendment.
But that's why April 6th, Will, you're going to come with the map,
No, he's not going to be working here anymore.
well, whatever.
Very good.
Before he leaves,
We
he's
may
gotta
have to bring them
supply-
back for April 6th.
He's going
I will
to,
gladly be here.
he will send us beforehand,
Sorry.
the map will. Send us the map, all the subdivisions, and any of the other little changes in the beginning.
Yeah.
Before you leave.
Well, if you want, we can make your last day the 6th, and then just have you come in for the meeting.
say, I played this game way too long to quit at the very end.
Thanks, Will, thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, guys.
We'll keep you on payroll
Not
for
really, yeah.
for the 6th. It's up to you guys.
Per diem, let's get it right.
All right, he doesn't have health insurance.
You did the charge for us.
He's going to take it.
Manager's report?
Town managers report.
Yeah, let me just grab mine so I can, I'll run through it quick, so we have the completed audit. I plan to have him come in April, once the budget and the bylaws and everything is kind of taken care of. Have the auditors come in so that everyone can ask questions of them. But the audit is complete. Citizen petition, we did have a petition put in to revote the budget. The way that the law works around articles is you can recall them, or you can have them revoted. However, with the budget, it's slightly different because a failed budget will automatically get revoted. So the intent was revote the same budget, but that's not how the law is written. So just give you a heads up that happened. Forensic audit RFI, I sent that to you guys. That has the language. That was the RFI we sent out. What we need to now send out is the RFP. It was just any feedback of language changes or...
We had asked for you to send to us.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in your packet.
Yeah, I've got it in my email.
Yeah. So again, that's going to get pushed, that's going to be discussed in a later meeting, but just to give you on your heads up that I sent it to you guys, and if you see any language or things, just send me back an email, because it's going to be, the RFI to an RFP is pretty identical. It's very much the same. And that's it for the town manager's report, I think. I feel like I'm missing something, but again, my brain's kind of mush right now.
Select board members' concerns, John?
Okay. I hate to do this to you all, because it's going to be a long one, slightly long, and we are running late.
Make it short then. We have executive session also, just to let you know.
Well, one begets the other, I think.
Oh, well, mine's about Act 250, so.
So, let's see, I just gotta find my document. Okay, so, over time, we've seen, like, a lot of discussion around how things have kind of gotten out of control, and people will say it's town managers or staff or the select board or whoever, whatever. So I was curious, like the statute, and, you know, the town of Killington, you know, decided to move in the direction of the town manager. And so I went out and found the statute, and I just kind of wanted to read the statute because I think the statute sets the table for the way that the board, the town manager, so on and so forth, interact, so that we all know, I guess, as I've said before, roles and responsibilities, because I think it's important that we all understand that. So, I apologize again, because I didn't expect this would be
11 o'clock at night.
quarter of 11. But here I go. Roles and responsibilities, municipal manager. In the towns that have adopted the town manager form of government, the town manager is the primary administrator of local government and is charged by statute with general supervision of affairs of the town. The manager oversees personnel, makes purchases for the town, maintains the town buildings, and manages the administrative tasks that are ordinarily dealt with by the select board. The manager has much independent authority but is subject to supervision and control of the select board selection. The manager is not a political appointee and as such must be selected based on his or her qualifications and not because of his or her political beliefs, states the statute 24 VSA 1233. Removal. The manager holds office at the will of the select board and may be removed at any time for cause by majority vote of the board, again, 24 VSA 1233. Compensation. The manager's compensation is set by the select board unless otherwise voted by the electorate, 24 VSA 1239. Duties. The manager must perform all duties not committed to the care of a particular officer and those duties conferred by law on the select board, except for certain enumerated functions described later in this chapter, 24 VSA 1236, 1, 2. In addition, the manager has the authority to perform the following functions. Purchasing agent. The manager purchases supplies for every department of the town over which the manager has control. Again, 24 VSA 1236. Supervises buildings. The manager must supervise the management and repair of all town buildings, manage town school district buildings upon request of the school directors, and must oversee all new building done by the town or school unless otherwise specially voted, 24 VSA 1236. Road commissioner. The manager shall perform all duties ordinarily conferred upon the road commissioner, 24 VSA 1236. Accounting, the manager must do the accounting for all town departments and for the school district upon request of school directors, 24 VSA 1236. Spending, the manager must supervise all special appropriations of the town unless otherwise voted. Supervision in specific matters, the manager shall supervise and have control over the police and fire departments, municipal licenses, the system of sewers and drainage, street lighting, highways and bridges, sprinkling of the streets, and maintenance of parks and playgrounds. Tax collection. The manager shall collect current and delinquent taxes for the town. Adoption, repeal of town manager form of government. In Vermont, the electorate can choose to adopt the town manager form of government. To so elect, 5% of the legal voters must petition the select board to place on warning at the annual meeting or special town meeting of the town an article to see if the town will vote to take advantage of the provision of Chapter 37, Title 24 Vermont statute, and notated and authorize the select board to employ a town manager. The select board may also choose to place such a ballot item on the warning without petition. The town manager form of government is adopted if the article is approved by the majority of voters present and voting, 24 VSA 1240. The matter of whether to adopt a town manager form of government must be voted in whatever manner town officers are elected in the town. Thus, if officers are elected by Australian ballot, the question of whether a town shall adopt a town manager form of government must appear below the list of candidates to be voted, 24 VSA 1243. A town may revoke the town form of town manager form of government by a majority of voters present and voting at a special or annual meeting. Note that, like adoption of the town manager form of government, the vote to reject the same must be made in the same form used for election of officers, and the article may be added to the warning by petition of 5% of the eligible voters. If approved, the vote will become effective 30 days after the date of adoption. Appointment generally. The select board of the towns that have adopted a town manager form of government must proceed forthwith to appoint a manager. The manager does not have to be a resident of the town, and two or more towns may form a union to employ one shared manager, 24 VSA 1232. Note, however, that a select board member may not serve as a town manager, 17 VSA 2647. The manager must be selected with reference to his or her education, training, and experience to perform the duties of the office. The position is not a political appointment, and as such, should be made without reference to the manager's political beliefs, 24 VSA 1233. In all matters, the manager is subject to the direction and supervision of the select board and shall hold the office at the will of the board. The select board may, by majority vote, remove the manager at any time for cause, 24 VSA 1233. After his or her appointment, the manager must be sworn to the faithful performance of his or her duties. The manager must also give bond to the town in such amount and with such sureties as the select board shall require, 24 VSA 1234. Note, however, that the town must pay for the cost of the bond, 24 VSA 835. The manager's compensation is set by the select board unless it's specifically established by the voters, 24 VSA 1239. In most communities, the manager is hired by contract for a period of years which guarantees a particular compensation package. Questions are sometimes raised as to whether the select board has the authority to enter into such contracts insofar as they may bind future select boards. Vermont Supreme Court has held that municipal legislative bodies may not enter into contracts that purport to restrict the future exercise of their legislative authority or their police powers. And it states, references Vermont Department of Public Service v. Mass, Munich, Wholesale, Electric, blah, blah, blah. Because a decision to hire or fire a manager is administrative, there is no limitation on the right to contract. Note, however, that if a future board is not satisfied with the manager, it may dismiss the manager for cause. Absent a provision in the contract that would permit a future board to terminate the contract, the manager would have the right to sue to enforce the contract. Some communities tried to prevent lawsuits by anticipating the possibility of a termination of contract and providing for a severance package in the event that a future board chooses to end employment relationships. Power of authority. The manager is responsible for the general supervision of the affairs of the town. He or she is the administrative head of all departments and is responsible for all duties not otherwise conferred upon another town officer, 24 VSA 1236. In addition, the manager must assist the select board and may perform all duties committed to the select board except for the following: preparing the tax bill, signing orders on the general fund of the town other than orders for poor relief, calling special or annual town meetings, laying out highways, establishing and laying out public parks, making assessments, awarding damages, acting as a member of the board of civil authority, and filling vacancies. The manager is in charge of the general administration of the town. He or she is the general purchasing manager, agent of the town, purchasing supplies for every department under his or her control. The manager may also buy supplies for departments not under his or her control and for the school district upon proper requisition by the department or school directors. The manager is in charge of all buildings of the town and supervise their maintenance and repairs. The manager may have the same authority over the school buildings upon request of the school directors and may oversee all building done by the school district or town unless otherwise specifically specially voted. The manager may supervise and expend all special appropriations of the town as if it were a separate department of the town unless otherwise voted by the town. The manager is also charged with the general accounting for the town and the town school district upon request of the directors. This role does not supersede the authority of the town and school treasurer, but contemplates that the manager will work with the treasurer for access to the records so that the manager can keep accurate accounts for all departments of the school. With the school specifically provide the manager...
Can we just skip over the school stuff to make it faster? Because we're in this, and I'm not
Right,
being,
no, I
because we're in a
understand that,
school
Jim.
district, we're not...
No, I understand that.
Okay, good. Yeah, so just skip over the school stuff.
Bear with me now, I have to figure out where that
You
is.
don't want the school.
Yeah, you don't want that, Patrick? Come on, we can drop that on you. The manager has charge and control of all departments and is specifically granted authority to supervise the police and fire departments, including setting salaries and appointing and removing officers and employees. Note, however, that this authority must be read together with the statutory provisions which govern police and fire departments. For example, VSA 1954 provides that firefighters to be appointed by the fire chief and may be dismissed or suspended by the chief with an appeal of this action going before the select board. The combination of sections 1236 and 1954 requires the manager work together with the fire chief in making appointments to the department and allows the chief to make the initial decisions about suspension or removal, providing that appeals of the decisions are taken to the manager rather than the select board, since the manager may perform all duties of the board. 24 VSA recognizes a manager's authority over the police department by authorizing the manager to establish a police department and appoint a chief and police officers, except for the authority to appoint and remove, set compensation, direction, and control over the police force are vested in the chief of police. The town manager performs the functions of road commissioner. This means that no road commissioner may be elected at an annual meeting. However, there may be an exception to this general rule where an incorporated village exists. The town may vote to have the town manager act as the tax collector. This shall remain in effect until the town votes otherwise. In that capacity, the manager may collect the same fees as a collector of tax, and those fees shall be paid into the town treasury. In addition to performing any function granted by the statute to the select board, the manager is given specific authority to control and supervise any system of license not otherwise regulated by law, to maintain the parks and playgrounds of the town, to supervise and control the system of sewers and drainage and sprinkling and dusting of streets, except for making assessments for these. Questions sometimes arise in communities that use a town manager form of government as to whether the manager can act independently from the select board or whether the manager is completely controlled by the board. For example, select boards and managers often disagree about personnel matters, whether to hire a particular individual or whether a particular employee should be fired. In such cases, 24 VSA 1233, which subjects the manager to the direction and supervision of the board, and 24 VSA 1235, which grants the manager general supervisory authority over all town matters, must be balanced. As a practical matter, the manager may use his or her judgment and hire or fire as he or she sees fit. However, if the manager's judgment is adverse to the direction of the board, the board may vote to remove the manager from office for insubordination. So that's the statute. I just wanted everybody to know where it stands so that when people say this, that, or the other thing, they have a sense of where it happens and how it falls so that nobody questions those types of things.
So I'm just gonna, because I got a text, I'm not gonna say from who, but where is this going or whatever. This is going nowhere, at least John's reading this off. It's not going anywhere with me other than I think in the past, and when I say going nowhere, Patrick is our town manager, okay? So let's just put it at that. And I think even before the election took off, started, and I had said to Patrick, if Vito and John get on, if any of them come to say, and even though I voted no, Patrick, I told you that if Vito and John come on, and let's say, and I didn't think they, and they're not going to, and they don't. Everybody wants to work together, okay? But I did say long before the election, at least 3 weeks before, or maybe more, that if any one of the two new select board members tried to push for, I would have to side with Ricky and Bill, because they're not gonna and you would need 3, so I would not be one. And I don't think this is, I believe, John has talked to me about this, and I actually like about reading this thing off, okay? And I already know all the, I know what it means, okay? So what I'm coming from is right now is just saying, like, maybe underneath the 3-member select board, we may have given a little too much power to the town managers, okay? And I think that's where you're coming from, and by reading it and saying, it is, the organization chart, it doesn't, it's not the town manager down, and it's not the select board above the town manager, it's the voters, the select board, and the voters can say who is in and who is out on the select board. And the select board then gives the direction of what they would like as a group for the town. And I think that's what you're reading from there. You're not getting any schoolwork, okay? So, because they don't want to do that. But there are things that I think as a board, like I had brought up the other day, like the road plan is, and this is before you spoke to me about reading this off the other day, but, you know, I knew along, like, we went to that planning commission meeting or whatever. No, this board decides what is going to be on a new road or a major reconfiguration of a road. So the planning commission has that meeting, they can have another meeting, but at some point it has to come to the select board. The town manager doesn't decide what's the road, it's the select board. And thank you for reading it off from 10:45 to 11 o'clock.
I apologize for like the length of it, but I didn't write it.
But you didn't write it, but I think what...
Make sure to dust some roads.
I think what this means is, like, there is a lot of stuff from VLCT, and maybe the town needs to understand of how we got to get back to a real town manager form of government, and who's in what pecking stance or whatever, if you want to call it, of who is whose boss going down. We are not your employees' bosses. We shouldn't be hiring or firing or whatever, but as John has read off, there could be some conversation, whatever, but we've got to give you a budget, and we've got to give you an organization of how we would like to have this place working right, and it may take a year, so.
But it's got to be a team effort, right?
But it's a
I mean,
team
so
effort.
that's what I'm getting at, is that...
Thank you for not trying to fire me, I guess.
Well, no, it's just got to be a team effort, right? It's got to be cohesion. It can't be, you know, I don't want people, this is, I guess, what I think. I don't want people in, like, 8 years sitting out here in the audience saying things like, well, you know, that just was like a willy-nilly time in town, and things were just happening, and we don't know why, and we don't know how that we decided we'd spend $208,000 or whatever. You know, it can't be that way. We all know that, right? Mm-hmm. So I think it's important that we understand that, and that we create this environment that will encourage good decision-making and good flows of information, so that we can all be more effective in what we do, you know, so that you're not having to worry about doing things that aren't necessarily in your purview, and we're not trying to do things that aren't in our purview, you know, so that everybody is getting things done.
We need the organization to run like an organization according to the laws, that's all.
Exactly.
Yeah, we need to work it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I mean, the town has gone through an interesting period of time, okay, and that's in the past, okay, and we have to live with, well, no, we have to live with that, because that's in the past, and we have to move forward and adjust to it, and where things can be improved, we should work to improve them, okay, and we definitely need to work together. Okay, and we're by definition, working together means we're going to agree. We're also going to disagree, and that's healthy. But you know, we got to, as long as we decide that we want to work together, that's the right thing to do. Okay, and I can tell you, John, that, you know, when the past select board was hiring people, we totally understood that one legislative entity can't give necessarily orders to follow on legislative entities. Okay, that's really understood in the whole process. Okay, and like one of the things we put in Patrick's contract, for instance, was he has a review coming in the next couple of months. Okay, there was that 6-month review period where we basically said, hey, in fairness to him and in fairness to the select board, okay, that didn't hire him, okay, we need to put in place processes to make sure that everyone's working
That
together.
calmed you down from John's conversation.
Yeah.
Now he's got you on 6
Well, no, but
Oh, I knew that one.
But he knew that one, and actually,
It also
part of
said-
his education in becoming town manager is he told me at the time, he wanted to make sure we were giving him feedback.
That's all.
Okay?
So just to add to this, when I ran, I said I really want to support Patrick. I have a lot of confidence in Patrick, or else I wouldn't say that. I don't hand out compliments, just willy-nilly. But to, kind of modify Bill's comments, is we have a forensic audit coming up, okay? That's looking back at the past, okay? And what my hope is that we uncover nothing. That's what my hope is. But we uncover nothing, because there was a lot of wild BS being thrown around for close to last year or so.
2 years.
I want that proven as, just what it was, just a bunch of malarkey, okay? So having said all that, we can clear the deck, clear the air, so we can actually work together without the distractions of all this constant. Well, we're going to have an issue coming up today, I understand, but, enough with the distractions. Let's work for the town together, without backstabbing, without, rumor mongering, without all this BS that's been thrown around for a couple of years. And that's where my head is at. I want to work together, move, slogan there,
Forward?
Killington forward. And that's where my head's at.
that.
That's all I got to say.
Ricky? I'm good. Bill, anything else?
No, I mean, I agree with you. That's what we got to do, that we have to move it forward.
So-
Okay, but we need to do that by reinforcing good work habits, by supporting one another, okay, by making sure that clear authority lines can be identified. I think John reading that is part of that process, so we really need to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So moving forward is moving forward. My family has stayed pretty quiet on a lot of this stuff, okay? It's, sitting around and listening to it's 4 against 1, and no other board member saying it wasn't that, it's kind of a little bit of a hit. Having from other people coming out and saying things or whatever, I'm okay with it, but Patrick did come to me, and moving this town forward here, there's a thing, and I was joking around with somebody today, like a letter to my older self or whatever, okay? I wish I could write a letter to my younger self and say, I wish I never got into any of this town business. I've tried to do things as a select board member to improve it. I'm going to bring up a conversation with Patrick today that there is, Mr. Geeter has come with a ethics complaint against me to the state of Vermont for my trip to Toronto to get a $350,000 donation that they were backing out of many times, but to also, as a zoning administrator, to go up there and see their plant and see what they've done and go through. And I actually have my schedule for the 2 days. I did not charge the town for an airplane ticket, and I did not charge the town for my 2-night stay in Toronto. But I did while I was up there, because my first day, I didn't go out with Great Gulf until 5 p.m. I worked online doing stuff as a zoning administrator. And then the next day I went and I visited all these places. So Patrick was going to have an executive session first, and I don't know if it was going to be today, but I have opted to say that for transparency, I want to be sitting over there, and you guys can bring this ethic issue up You can ask me any questions that you want, but, you know, if we want to move forward, a manager approved my payroll for those 2 days, okay? My letter to my younger self, should have never brought the TIF here. Should have never done any of this stuff. God forbid, do not ever try to improve your own town, because the minority or certain people will attack you, okay? So if you want to move forward, I don't need people saying that I gave myself a $21,000 raise, Ricky. I didn't. It's quick, easy math. $32.48 times 2,080 comes out to about $67,000, $68,000. I have never charged this town for any mileage on my car, all right? So that's what the town manager then said, my salary would be $73,000. I didn't give myself a raise, okay? The numbers work that way. But if that's what people want to go around and say, people going around and saying that I've been putting in overtime, one person 4 hours every single week, another person 20 hours every single week, that is not true. But if we want to move forward, let's get the truth out, and a forensic audit is going to show that I wasn't putting 4 hours in every day. I wasn't putting in 20 hours every single week, okay? So I want this town to move forward. I've backed police, I've backed fire, I've backed KSAR, okay? I've backed the water line that had to come down this line. I pushed it. For 15 years, I've been trying to get a TIF here. But a letter to my younger self, you're a fool. But since the fool has already done it, I don't need to be attacked anymore. I was not going to run this next year coming up. Well, guess what, minority? You've given me a new life. I will run next year. The voters want to see Killington forward, and Killington will move forward. And hopefully, remember that chart, it's the voters. And the voters vote in who sits here to oversee running of the manager who oversees running the town. So please, sometime, maybe April 6th, schedule whatever you need to do for the complaint that I believe you said that the state of Vermont turned it away to the ethics complaint.
They don't have staffing.
They don't have staffing, so they threw it back to you. So put it on the agenda. I'm tired of this stuff.
It'll be, whenever the investigation is completed, it'll bring it to the select board, and you guys can decide what to do with it. I don't want to put a deadline on it because kind of budget is priority here, and there's no timeline on me doing that investigation.
But an
and having done investigations of the complaint, we have it's all laid out by statute. So we have ordinance.
So what is the complaint?
I can go into. I have to get it off my desk to give it to you because I've been dealing with the budget.
I just want to know what the complaint is.
So the budget, or the one of the major items around the complaint, or about the complaint, surrounds around. If you don't, I mean, if you want,
go ahead.
you've already said it. Surrounds around dual relationships of going to Canada and billing hours as a zoning administrator.
Huh?
That's part of it.
What
So
is it?
going to Canada as a select board member.
I'm going to ask, what is the complaint?
The zoning administrator went up to Toronto to visit the major business that's going to be putting something in.
There's a couple of complaints on there, but that's one of them is the dual nature of, did you go up as did Jim go up as a select board member and then Bill as a zoning administrator, or did he go up as a zoning administrator, and why was the zoning administrator going to talk to Great Gulf? I can't give you the answers because I haven't done the investigation. But
a huge developer was in town looking to move forward with permits at the time, and the zoning administrator goes up. But at the same time,
they complain about the $350,000?
I guess I shouldn't have gone up there to get it. But I guess the complaint is, did I go up as a select board member to get the 350,000, or did I go up as a zoning administrator to do it? Or did I go up because there's a Killington Forward thing, and then we had multiple meetings, and I was told to go up? So who signed off on my paycheck? Did you raise your hand, John?
But again, it's...
Yeah, I brings up an interesting question about the two roles you serve, right, Jim? And I think that's going to create a problem, not just for you, but for anybody in this position, right? Where there's going to be people in town who are going to question, right? What role are you serving when you're speaking or you're acting on behalf of the town, right? And so I think that it just creates an inherent conflict, right? And it's not about you, it's just in general, right? And I know you've said before, right, there's no statute that governs it, I'm pretty sure.
No, there is a statute that governs it.
That doesn't prohibit it.
Correct.
But I think, there are towns and their town charters that do, right? I don't think it's prohibited in ours, but it's just something worth thinking about, right? Because you're gonna, won't be the end of it. You're gonna continue to face this, or anybody in the position, any of the select board members serve in two capacities, you're gonna continue to face this going forward. So again, it's not about you, it's just in general, the principle. And it's something the select board, when it is, now John read out all that out, that's something within your purview to decide.
Right. And I think I have just said that it's okay for me to be a zoning administrator, and I was appointed for 3 years, and when I take an appointment, I live with it, and I stick with it. I was also voted in at the same time with the person running against me that was bringing these things up at that time, and I was voted in by the voters, and, I have enough strength to put up with continuation or whatever, and I don't want it in a closed executive session, and you can do it out front. There was nothing done wrong. It was a Killington Forward initiative, and at times I was there as a select board member in the meetings at Killington Forward here. I went up as a zoning administrator, and also at the same time looking for a donation that was promised, that if you really wanted to get into it, we almost didn't have it. So, thank you would be enough, but I guess I'll have to go through any ethic issues, and then maybe others will have to go through ethic issues because they may do things that kind of contradict whatever. So that being said, I'm good with it, but I wanted to bring out tonight that I'm good with it. I'll be running next year, folks. Thank you. Any other selectmen concerns? With that being, we have...
I have a question for you.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a guess on when we would like to bring the budget
That's what I was
to the
gonna
voters? Okay, so, yeah, so I'm just curious if we have a time frame that we're trying to work
I
through.
can tell you about...
What's the statute that we have to, it's 60 days?
No. So, because this is a failed budget, it has different requirements. The date of the public information meeting, so we have to still have a public information meeting prior to the vote.
The night before.
So the date of the public information shall be at least 5 days following, so the public information notice needs to be at least 5 days following the public notice. So we have to give 5 days of notice for the meeting. And then the date of the vote shall be 7 days following the public notice. Shall be, sorry, at least 7 days following that. So,
How many days do we have to warn the 5-day for the public hearing?
you can, anytime.
Anytime.
So you can warn it, like, if you wanted, I don't suggest this because it's not ready, but if you wanted to, right now, you could say, we're warning the public information session, and then that'd be at least 5 days before the information section, and then from there, it'd be 7 days.
Okay, so that still begs the question, do we have a target that we want to work to on when we want to have the public meeting? Not that we know we're going to have the public meeting on that date, and not that we're warning, but what dates are we working towards?
It's actually, I would think, I'd frame it slightly different. I'd frame it as, if you want to include absentee voters, then you have to. You don't have to.
You don't?
You don't have to. So you don't have to. If you want to, then you need to give adequate time for them to get the ballot, sign it off, and send it back in, which is
what,
like
2 weeks?
Typically, you do like 20 days.
That's what, yeah, typically.
So typically you do 20 days. So if you want to do that, that's what I would kind of suggest. So if you want to say, it's 20 days out, so mid-April, we do the information session, and then like the week after, we have the vote.
I feel like we need 3 solid budget discussions, meetings worth of budget discussion. I'm not, I'm just saying, that's where I feel like in reality, where we're going to end up is.
Where I was going to end up tonight is that we're going to executive sessions for contracts for Act 250. We'll go take care of that. Then I think we'll go into where, Bill, you were getting into, I don't know, a long time ago, that's some of the conversations, and we should go into executive session.
Yeah, we had some issues there on personnel.
Before we forget them, because with this long going.
What would it
might
be
as well
about
keep it or
personnel?
whatever.
Because personnel would be about a person, not.
Well, we were,
Not the-
no,
the rate.
we were talking about the strategy on where we were going with employee percentages and
Well,
stuff
everybody
like
was in
that.
agreement earlier that we stopped the
I'm not sure
conversation in
if
front of the public. You should have told us then, that if you're not sure, but we would like to go in.
No, we weren't talking about an individual in that case.
So I don't know if that classifies as personnel then.
Well, but the thing is, we also need to be careful, as you're the manager of all these people, we don't want to spread rumors and things like that, which will result in you getting all kinds of questions, which
Oh,
you're
that's
not
gonna
in a position to
happen
answer.
All right, it's 11:20. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session. Oh, Josh, do you have something to say?
Yeah, so, sorry. I didn't raise my hand aggressively enough when you first asked for comment, then I had to make a phone call.
Okay, so it's not our fault.
No, I should have been more aggressive with my hand raising. But for those who don't know, I'm Josh, I'm in charge of the Killington Search Rescue Team under WIT. I just wanted to come tonight versus being on the thing because I wanted to add some color to what's happening. I know the budget stuff and I know is working out, but also our foundation is doing a fundraiser next week, and I kind of want to give some color as to why we do that. Our budget that we get, although plentiful, doesn't necessarily cover a lot of the extended costs that we have in rebuilding the team for the last few years. And just to give some really quick numbers, 60% of our new jackets that we purchased in the last year and a half have come from fundraising. Over 60% of our backpacks have come from fundraising. Our sled that was donated to us by Killington Resort probably 15 years ago, we've updated that through fundraising, through new straps, new wheel, things like that. Snowshoe repairs that were bought by myself back in 2014 when I first joined Search and Rescue, we're repairing those with foundation money. And there's upcoming training that we're attending as well. Again, that's being paid through all this fundraising. So the resort's been really good to us in leading this fundraising effort that we're going through right now. But I want to make sure we had some color as to why we do this fundraising. I wanted to hopefully have a bigger audience, but I was a little less aggressive than I should have been with my hand raising earlier. But I kind of wanted to give the board an idea of what we do. We don't talk about a lot of our rescues. This winter we were activated 5 times. We were probably put on call another half a dozen times. We got activated on President's Day weekend, for instance, and we were on the backside of Killington 2 hours. We had a team out on Pico Mountain, pulling people out. So while these things are not getting advertised, they're happening, and I don't know if that's actually getting filtered up to the board or not, but I kind of want to get an idea that we do need funding, we do need fundraising. There's a lot of equipment that when we go to buy, we can't do it through the town fundraising. Our rescue sled is 15 years old. We're going to need a new one in 5 years, right? There's things that are just going to wear out. So that's why I came and hung around until so late.
And I believe the resort is matching up until April 6th?
Until April 2nd, so there's an event at the Wobbly next Thursday. They're matching donations. We have not made our $5,000 raise yet, so if anybody wants to donate, let me know. I'll give you the link.
So how do these donations work, so you get a matching?
So basically, Killington's going to ask us for a list of everything that's been donated to us through April 2nd, and then they're going to do a $5,000 match on top of that.
Is your Venmo, PayPal?
Link right here. Go to the Wobbly for the line dancing thing on the 2nd, and you can make donations there or whatever.
Yeah, we'll do a 50-50 raffle as well.
A donation or...
That includes online stuff?
Yep.
Yeah, so anything that's been done through Venmo or checks collected, And then also the door at the Wobbly's going to us, and then we're going to do a 50/50 raffle while we're there. So.
Okay. So I just wanted to throw out the 5, if we get 5 grand up, then they'll have 10 right away off the bat.
I'm not going to tell you how close we are to that 5 because we want to keep the gas pedal on.
Maybe somebody else will throw up and say, throw in.
It's late.
Another match.
It's late.
Another match. And just as we're sitting here, yes, the select board can go into executive session to discuss employee health premiums, provided discussion falls under specific allowable exceptions related to personnel and negotiation, and the board follows legal procedures. Negotiation/strategy if the discussion involves negotiating health insurance premiums with a union or formulating a strategy for a non-union employee benefits. This is a permitted subject topic. Okay, so we already go. At least we can all get on board and then go from there instead of doing it out in front of your employees. But then we have to come out and do in front of what we. No, the board cannot take action inside of in executive session. We would have to then open the discussion about here of which way we're going, and we would have to open it up to the public to discuss also. So, okay, Adam.
Real quick, Josh, thank you for what you're doing. It's appreciated. Hopefully, nobody in this room has to experience the benefits of your service, but if we do, it's nice to know you're there. Thank you.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll add too is that obviously there's been a rebuilding over the last few years. And we're at the point now as a team, we're probably one of the most well-respected teams within the state. VSP came here for a training and asked us to help train them.
Thanks.
So the respect level that the Killington Church Rescue Team is just phenomenal. And
what is it, Drew? We went from here to here?
Drew and I are texting quite frequently.
Great, thank you.
So we've really made inroads within the state.
Thank you, Josh. We do appreciate it.
So at 11:26, can I get a motion to go?
Very quick. I'm getting that general policy discussions, including policy budget, general discussions is public session, while personnel and negotiations executive.
Can I get a motion to go into executive session for contracts right now?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Can we add to that at all, or?
This is right now for Act 250, we can come out and then we're not going to add on. We can come back out and come back in. Okay? Right now it's for an Act 250 contract discussion.
Okay.
So, all in favor?
Aye.